having any of that.
Oh, shit, I've just pressed live. So we are actually live now. And yes, you may well be right. We had a viewer last week who actually watched everything, and therefore immediately the gods of YouTube are attacking and making it difficult for actually stream. But by all means, please feel free to
I am tuning into the stream
and enjoy the description. I thought I spent a good few seconds doing the description for this one this week. I'll in fact put the description into Discord just so that
I must say, I don't think that that's particularly accurate as a statistic.
people always
The orcs, they actually are far less than 5% of the population.
Yeah.
Like, if they were 5% of the population, that you would expect that roughly 1 in every 20 people would be an orc. But no, that is by far not the case. That's actually more like the rate at which you see elves.
Right. So what we're talking more like 1 or 0.5? 0.5. I'll go with 0.5. Not
0.5 is about right.
Yeah, there we go. And I'm sure they're all good people, and it's just a matter of the fact that they come from broken homes and have no father figure. That is the reason why they cause all the crime.
Oh yes, it's all economic circumstances.
Yes. Are we talking about
those
orcs?
damn economic circumstances coming over here and stealing our jobs?
Right, well, that's me demonetized and probably banned from YouTube in the future. So that's
excellent.
Probably solved a problem I was going to have.
When did we go on?
A few minutes ago.
We are indeed currently live, Coatrack.
Yeah.
I said when. I figured out the fact we were.
About a minute and a half ago. Oh no, 2
and
hours.
I haven't been paying attention to the conversation for a while.
That's that. I was just discussing orc crime statistics.
Makes sense. Purging orcs.
Right, let's get it correct. So it is actually, despite only making up 0.5% of the population, they cause 53% of the kidnappings and murders.
Despite is such a beautiful word.
Yes. Make Yisrael law great again.
So, speaking of orcs, crimes, and all things unpleasant, why don't one of you give us a recap of the previous session's events?
Anybody else want to have a go?
We were about to infiltrate a warehouse.
Oh.
Done.
Okay. Yes.
That's not exactly a recap. That's more of a forward plan.
A brief summation.
Listen, this episode has 21 minutes of content. We just needed a few seconds to add in, and then we filled up the episode. So sometimes recaps don't need to be that big.
Yeah, we'd killed an orc. We got a former player character to come in who had now become an NPC. Rest in peace, that dude. And he helped us talk to the corpse. We got the right information that we needed and found out where the meeting place is and more orcs. So we're now setting up an operation so we can purge the orcs from Varpak, wherever we are. Varpak. We're in Varpak, aren't we? We are.
You are in Varpak, yes.
Yes. So we're going to make Varpak great again by purging the orcs and making Orca pay for the wall we're going to build.
I just want to point out, by the way, somebody appears to have filled in the Great Lake of Varpak, and I did notice that had happened a week ago. And I just have to ask, not who, but why?
Oh, you see, it was it's basically planning. We're turning that into farmland now. So we've redirected a few rivers, and that's
It's like
now
a Netherlands thing.
Whoa. When did you become Stalin?
When did I become Stalin?
Oh wait, no, it was
Dutch.
before Stalin, wasn't it?
It was quite a while ago.
Stalin
Dude.
never ruled the Netherlands.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was
Except
the
in Hoi
Soviets
4.
that
Hoi 4 he occasionally
did
does.
that, though, didn't they?
Look, many powerful people have redirected rivers and so on. I'm personally, I'm more a fan of Octavian, or also known as Caesar Augustus, and the work he did around Rome. Very great river reworking there.
He's the one who he's the one who generated the giant inland harbor, isn't he?
He is. He did.
The hexagonal one.
Caesar Augustus did a lot of great things. He was not the best military. He was not his uncle. Caesar was the great military strategist. Augustus was far more of a peacetime president, shall we say? He was good at the civil works and the building Rome up and making it a powerhouse. An emperor. He was pretty good at fucking with and killing off his rivals. And he dealt with that thought Cleopatra too.
She was still around at that time.
Yeah. She was trying to overthrow him. She'd had a child that she'd called Caesarion that was allegedly Julius Caesar's bastard love child with her, and she and Mark Antony tried to put the baby up as the new emperor of Rome, and Octavian, who was having absolutely none of that shit, and basically they tried to starve Rome out by stopping the grain shipments from Egypt, and so Caesar sent a huge fleet over to blockade Alexandria. Unfortunately, did lead to certain burnings of certain buildings, like the Library of Alexandria, which was a great shame. But did kind of wipe out Mark Antony's forces, and he and Cleopatra, became unalive, fortunately. It's a shame. Sad end for Mark Antony. Mark Antony was, by all accounts, a good man, led astray by a bit of strange pussy. And there we go. That's my channel permanently dead now.
Oh yes.
Despite the fact that I've just delivered some good solid historical fact there, in succinct and slightly dramatized manner. But yeah, no. Caesar Augustus was straight after Julius Caesar, which was all in the same time as Antony and Cleopatra. A very fun time period to study. Lots of good characters.
Not so much a fun time period to live in, I would imagine.
Actually, it wasn't bad. Very very much the peak of Rome. They had pretty good understanding. It would be, in terms of European welfare, so to speak, it would be not that far off living in 14th or 15th century Europe. In terms of in terms of cleanliness and wealth and capability and things that they had available to them in terms of technology. Honestly, we lost so much. We lost about 1,000 years of technology when Rome fell.
Yeah.
It took us so long to get Europe back on its feet after Rome. It really did.
That's the reason why. That's the primary reason why I personally think there's all of these successor Rome states, like the Holy Roman Empire and things of that nature, the Byzantians. I think they're all false claims, because when it comes down to it,
no. Right, Byzantians is almost a slur. The Byzantine Empire is the Roman Empire. It lasted a long time, but it basically fell to, shall we say, Eastern and basically sort of the Turks and so on, Eastern influences. But
yeah,
it was definitely the same. It was definitely. I count the Roman Empire to last, nearly 2,000 years. I do count the Byzantine Empire, but it did fail and start to fall. I mean, Rome circa sort of zero AD, shall we say, had things like the lathe. They had steam engines. They had lots of technology that they weren't utilizing the way we do now, but they certainly had technology that was capable. It was only inches away from someone going, we're going to make proper factories like that, and we're going to make them out of steel, and we're going to run these rail tracks that we use for mining into the factory and out, and we're going to use these steam engines in metal form on top of them, and that have been trains running. They had a lot of the technology right there within inches of it going real. Wouldn't take much of a push in the right direction for a time traveler to have given us
the crazy thing about steam locomotive technology is that yes, it's people like to think of steam locomotive technology being like this logical leap, but it actually isn't, because steam engines as stationary objects existed for quite some time, and those stationary objects, they could drive trains. It's just they would go at either end of a long track, and they would haul a cable or a chain or a rope or something along those lines that would be attached to the thing that would go back and forth. And at that point, there's really not a whole lot of a logical leap towards, well, if engine pulls train, what if engine was train? Oh,
well, what you've got there is you've got the problem of the Romans didn't have British inventors, because it really does, when you boil down to it, and you can start to go back and go, these Brits with their sheds just sat there going, all these things that we forgot, we'll just put them together and do this because I've got a problem with this and so on. And Robert Louis Stevenson, etc., the moment you start looking into it, all these inventions, all of them, almost all of them that we've had over the last 400 years are actually older inventions.
Trying to solve a problem.
Yeah, they're just an older invention where a man in the shed went, what if I did this with that and put it on wheels? Basically.
Yeah. The man in the shed is a truly incredible source of technological development.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a shame that sheds are no longer an effective means by which to be able to further advance technology, because I'm pretty sure all of the shed-based inventions have already been achieved at this point.
I disagree. There is always room for the next shed-based invention. One of the best, one of the best arms companies in the world today, Accuracy International, was only founded 20 years ago or so by two guys in a shed in England who went, lol, I can make a rifle better than the fucking Enfield guys. That SA8 is a piece of shit, and I hear there's a contract coming up for the British Army. Let's make a really good accurate rifle. It's, Accuracy International is miles ahead of almost everybody these days in terms of their sniper rifle technology. And it was two guys in a shed. In fact, they had to buy a warehouse, stick some essentially fake equipment in it, so that when the MOD guys came around to have a look at it, and make sure they weren't just two guys working in a shed, that they actually had a factory to show them. They then had to go and run out and employ some people.
I have heard this story, actually.
Yeah, it's a great story. And that was recent, ish. But I have ideas. And, I build stuff. There are many people that go, I've got a fun idea. And, you potter around and you put part A to part D instead of part B and see what happens. And, sometimes something cool happens. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's shit.
Let's see what happens if the spinny bit doesn't spin, but something else does.
Yeah.
No, I got a friend. He doesn't have a shed. He's got a garage, but he's making all sorts of stuff in there. He's got like 3D printers and stuff.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's the one these days, isn't it? It's the guy with two 3D printers and a lathe can make anything he wants, really.
Yeah. I mean, a 3D printer is basically just a backwards milling machine. 3 axes of movement, and instead of taking stuff off of a material, you're putting stuff on.
I mean, yeah, you've got a point there. It's not. I wouldn't call it a milling machine. It what it is a rapid prototyper. And it's changed the way we look at prototyping. You know, because there's not. I wouldn't want a permanent and well built product to have been 3D printed. Like you can 3D print a lot of things. People, I know someone would run up very soon and start going, but you can 3D print gun. Yeah, you can 3D print and all sorts of stuff. You wouldn't want if you gave me the option of an AK or a 3D printed AK, I would take the real one. But the 3D printed one would do it a push, so to speak. And it's also great for proof of concept, which is what they are. Now, metal 3D printers, that's a different matter, but you're then talking about...
That's rather expensive.
That's a lot of money. Although, before Russia went off and started, trying to take over Ukraine, the Kalashnikov company came out with what they called a fairly cheap 3D printer, which actually was a multiple axis milling arm with a welding head on it, and it just starts with a blob of metal and starts welding and adding metal on a robotic arm and 3D prints via essentially a stick welder, which,
I mean, yeah, I can imagine that working, especially if you were to, instead of using a stick welder, use a MIG machine.
Yeah,
because those things are basically exactly what you want.
Yeah, and it works. It's ugly, and it requires you to then mill and you can make a roughly shaped piece of metal, and then you need to mill it and lathe it and smarten it up. But yeah, again, it was another quite cool piece of kit that I was looking at, going, this is fantastic. We should get some people to have a look at this in industry in the UK, and then everything went fucking wrong, didn't it?
Yep.
COVID happened, Biden happened, and everything went completely fucking wrong. Anyway, we were checking.
That was quite a long tangent.
It was a good tangent though. I enjoyed it, and I hope our viewer enjoyed it too, if he's there. No.
I think the viewer is just me. Hang on, let me close down my viewing of your stream. Do you drop to 0 views?
Probably. I'm not actually at the screen at the present moment. I am doing a number of things.
Right. Well,
I'm having a bash at multitasking, sort of.
Unfortunately, I never actually got around to creating a proper map of the warehouse with Kiki.
No.
So, if you'll give me a moment, I'm going to recreate the quick and nasty one that I made last week, and we shall go with that again.
Fair enough. Kiki, are you with us, babes?
Don't worry, Kiki, I wouldn't be surprised if you've checked out.
No, I'm here.
Awesome.
Okie dokie. So, whilst I go ahead and get this set up, why don't you guys have a brief discussion as to precisely what you're going to do?
It's a good question.
Infiltrate the warehouse.
So we get into warehouse.
That's an underwear gnome level of plan there, Coatrack.
Thank you for the underwear gnome reference. That is a wonderful episode. Yeah, we need evidence, or at least need to hear what's going off and who's doing what, and what they're doing and why they're doing it and where they're doing it, so we can then report it back and either perform some sort of sting, arresting operation, etc., or we can just run out and try and attack them and kill them all ourselves. Depending on various things, like if we get caught.
We don't even need concrete evidence. We just need the head of somebody who can confess if resurrected.
Potentially.
Hey, this guy did it. Go speak with Dead and he'll tell you.
Doesn't that only work once?
Yeah, but
Casting Speak with Dead works once, I think it's once a week. Okie dokie, I'm nearly done here. There we go. That is a recreation of the map that I hastily put together last week.
That's a harmonica.
Indeed. Now, the representations here are the black part is the outer wall, the green parts are the doorways, and the blue parts are what is basically the walkable area. The reason why you have this information is because via the use of the clairvoyant spell, Khadgar was able to take a remote peek. What you know is that what is currently occupied by all of the white spaces are a variety of various crates and other storage mediums that are owned by a variety of businesses, most of which are private institutions, but one of which is noteworthy in that it is owned by the Fire Eyeing Concordat, which is the kind of mercantile-based alliance between the dwarves, the humans, and the tieflings of the Tater.
Wasn't there also something about the walls being unusually thick?
Indeed, the walls are unusually thick. Something which I have tried to represent on that rendition there.
All right. So, guys, do we want to just trespass into the warehouse area and take a look, or?
Doesn't sound like a terrible idea, but perhaps we should try it. Try and be a bit stealthy with it.
Well,
if we
I was
can.
going to suggest, don't you have a contact of someone who owns these warehouses?
More Kiki that has the contact with people that own some of the warehouses. Right. Yes, we as a group do.
The contact wasn't to get access to the warehouse, though. It was just to work out where it was. The plan was always to sneak in.
Well, do we want to actually go in there and explore? I've got a feeling, given that we've been told these walls are thick, that maybe there's something inside the walls.
I mean, we could not.
That,
I mean, Ginger's only made a combat map for us. I mean, it's probably not worth going in.
I wouldn't call that a combat map. It can be used as a combat map.
I've played D&D with Skog. That is definitely better than some combat maps I've played.
Oh no.
We used to have, when I was playing at actual tables, a friend of mine who would bring a laminated piece of large squared paper. And he would draw his maps up on the fly with various coloured whiteboard markers and a rubber. And that was all he had.
Amazing.
To be honest.
You've entered a cave. I will draw a roughly circular squiggle. This is the combat map. You're in a forest. The bits that I've scribbled on are where the trees are.
Yep.
Seems legit.
That's how D&D used to be, though, back in the in the 80s and so on. Would be you'd have a book of A3 paper, if you were lucky, a couple of lead figures, because lead figures are awesome, and yeah, you would just scribble nonsense down quickly and go, right, this is the edge of the thing, and this is something else, and stuff. Go.
Yeah, we also used to have a guy who would sculpt his own figures out of milliput based on what he was inspired by at the time, and he'd just bring a old school toolbox with him to the table, and would pull figures out as the GM did things. He'd be like, and a carrion crawler appears, and he goes, "Ooh, I've got something for that." It'd always have something for that.
That's amazing. Right. Well,
anyway,
allow me to give you a little bit of reminder advice that reminding information, I should say, that you guys were able to come across in the previous sessions. After speaking to the warehouse master over in the Varpak Harbor, you did find that whilst it would be possible to rent warehouse space, which would indeed give you a way to be able to get close to your target destination without raising suspicion, you would require a kind of a writ of not permission but vouching from somebody who was already a known merchant, which, given your previous friendly connections with the Cranley Shipping Company, you could potentially get access to. And Kiki just disappeared.
I'm sure she'll be back in a moment. She's probably having laptop issues again.
Right.
Greg, you want to check on your girl?
I know what she's doing. She is just using her phone to record something slightly terrifying that's happening in the kitchen at the moment.
Is it
What are the cats doing?
No, not cats doing. More like I think we've got a failure of our microwave at the present moment. It's
Oh no, is it plasmaing?
It is.
There is rogue plasma in Trig's noodles.
Does your noodles have spinach or broccoli in it?
Are you thinking that there's an ionization of the iron in the?
I've had this happen. I with frozen broccoli, I've had plasma flames come out of them.
Cool.
Except
there we go. I've sent
blue, not yellow.
I've sent a 15-second video.
Okay. Yeah. That's
concerning.
That's a rather energetic piece of broccoli.
That's not broccoli.
That's the base plate for the microwave.
That's the base plate.
I was under the impression that there was something on the base plate.
There is something in there that's supposed to be cooking, but I don't think it's safe.
Maybe turn it off.
It does amuse me that like this thing I don't think safe. The first reaction was, I better record this, not I better take action to prevent it burning my house down.
Oh, it was never in danger. It's not in danger of that, and I've got a fire extinguisher over here and stuff like that. That would be a problem. It was just,
Mm-hmm.
It is current year, therefore we record these things.
Yeah, it's current year. If someone decided they were if I saw a speeding car coming towards the window with no signs of braking and no one at the wheel, the obvious answer is to get a good angle to record it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Imagine the viral
that is a
YouTube
that is a
videos
modern
and the
trend.
ad revenue.
So what I was thinking is, if we go to the Cranberry Estate, you talk to your friends, Kiki. Maybe Coatrack uses convincing ability to get a writ of you're allowed to go there, so we can go there without worrying about someone noticing and arresting us.
We don't care about that. I can go there without being noticed, with all of you guys maybe huddled up, hiding inside the parlor, and then we can all just emerge from the parlor inside
Aren't you
the
a dog
warehouse.
in the parlor?
Ooh,
Yes.
that would be a bit of a tight fit.
It would be a very tight fit, but it would be uncomfortable. But I'm sure everyone would kind of sardine into it.
I was going to say, because aren't you guys good at stealth? Because I know certainly that Kiki and my character are very good at stealth, but it's a dexterity based skill.
I have a dexterity of 9.
Okay, right. I have a pocket. I have a little portable pocket dimension, and I have some dust of vanishing that is sufficient to cover one person.
That's true.
I have 8 in stealth.
Yeah, mine's like 8 or 9 or something.
We can go there.
I do have an 8 in insight, but apparently I am learning insight is not what I thought it was, because sense motive they had.
You've gained insight on it.
I don't like the new skill system because it's misleading. Anyway, you can stealth in. Go. Do you want to stealth in and I guess those who are not stealthy can sit in your office.
Yeah, so Ginge, I've got this dust of vanishing that I bought a while back. If I remember rightly, one dose of it, bought 3 doses. 1 dose of it will cover a small item, 2 doses will cover a large item, and 3 doses will cover a single person, right?
Yeah, I vaguely remember it. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Mm-hmm. That's why I bought 3 doses. I figured I could either make my money back off single items, or could use it for something in an emergency. So I've got those 3 doses. I can sneak up to it. First things first, can everyone squeeze into the parlor? Just about. I'm not saying comfortably, and I'm happy to leave the dogs at what's it called, at the university.
Yeah, with you pointing out that you wouldn't be taking the dogs with, yes, your entire party should be able to fit within the parlor. It's considered a 10-foot by 5-foot space, which means under normal circumstances 2 people could fit in there comfortably, 3 people could fit in there uncomfortably.
Yeah, but one of those 3 people is another halfling, and he can occupy basically the same space as somebody else anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So you guys should be able to fit in there without too much of an issue. If the dogs were involved, no.
That would be a squeeze.
So I'll use the I'll move my way through towards the warehouse district. I will apply the dust of invisibility, and I will the vanishing dust, and I will move my way up onto the warehouse.
Okie dokie. So, what I'm going to do is something that I'm surprised I didn't think of earlier. I'm going to take the image that I have posted there of my vague attempt at creating a picture of a warehouse, and I'm going to upload it to Roll20. I'll need a moment. Apparently my computer's being slow.
Just to mention, I don't actually have Roll20 up at all. It's just this app. I can't see any maps or anything that's portrayed. I can just roll stats.
Okay. I will move your token for you in that case.
This is the first situation in which you, Ginge, have gone, it is not theatre of the mind. And I've gone, and I've taken that response to go, okay, I'm not on Roll20.
That's fair. I do usually go by theatre of the mind. This is the one exception.
Nice.
But as exceptions go, that is an exceptional map.
And we move this to map player. Oh dear, all the graffiti has just appeared on the warehouse. Okay.
My god, there's a giant dick on there as well.
Yes, there is.
Far out.
I think a different map is going to have to be used for this. Give me just a moment.
What would make you think
I'll
that?
clean that up. I'll clean that up later. Surely the image of Varpak can't be graffitied, right?
It's not too bad. Just a few friendly faces, isn't it?
Okay, move that over there. You guys should be able to see it now. I'm going to expand that out quite a lot. And then move to map layer. Oh dear, it's disappeared. Move that to map layer. There we go. And there is a bit of graffiti, but it's mostly fine. Right then. This will do. And I'm going to drag a Piper Billweed on. Make her slightly smaller. And right. Kiki, how portable is your microphone?
I can move it quite happily. It's a mobile phone.
Right. It might be a good idea in that case to bring up Trig's stream just so that you have an idea as to what the map looks like. Or perhaps just simply go off the perhaps just simply
my
go
option
off
for that
the,
is it's on YouTube.
You know what? Got a better idea.
It's on YouTube. You could put it on the TV.
I could, but then I'll get loads of feedback. My option is to go upstairs.
If you mean audio, you could just have it muted.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I see a numerically arranged warehouse.
Indeed. This is for primarily your benefit. This is an image that is now available in Discord. You should be able to describe where you want Piper to be in the warehouse just by simply saying, I want to go to section 3 on the left, for example.
Okay, so what seems to be on these aisles, and is there a way that I can get to an elevated observing position?
Well, as of right now, you are outside of the warehouse. I'm just going to say that you have managed to make your way there. We are hand-waving the act of navigating through the area. We will assume that there are signposts that you can read.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you try the door appears to be locked.
Now, we were expecting a meeting to be happening at a certain time. I'm anticipating we've timed this for the meeting, yeah?
That was not discussed. I am operating under the assumption that you have pretty much just immediately gone out here, presumably in the evening after sundown.
No, because we'd gone back to the city to wait for the appropriate time, because we'd been given the time of the meeting. Going there at any random old time and the guys not being there is a just silly idea, I think.
Okay. Is everybody else in agreement with this?
I think I basically assumed the same thing was happening. I guess I didn't consider we might not do that.
That makes sense to me.
Yep.
And But before I go into the office, I could Song of Creation the key to the warehouse, because I think that's exactly one of the things it says I can do with it.
Okay, well these are details that I implied would have been good discussing when I said what are the exact details of what you're going to be doing in today's session.
We had discussed this in the previous week.
Okay.
Does that make knock completely useless?
Well,
it does a bit.
Knock can be cast more often.
It makes knock useless unless the key in question, unless the lock in question doesn't have a key. If, for example, the lock in question is a combination lock, then the knock spell would still work, but you cannot conjure a key to a lock with no keyhole.
Would conjuring the key not just produce a piece of paper that has the code on it?
Not necessarily.
Right. So we're arriving at the appropriate time, yeah?
Key, so she has it in case she needs it.
Right, so Piper, we are going to assume that this has happened and that you possess a key on you. In fact, you now possess two keys. One to the warehouse, one to the parlor.
Right. Well, I would like to move into the warehouse and find a good vantage point to look out from. Or to conjure the rest of the party into the warehouse from, where we can have a stealthy view.
So, looking at the image that I posted into Discord, describe to me via the numbers on the map where you move to.
You said there's like a walkway on the blue, yeah?
Yes, the blue area is representing the walkable space. The white areas are basically stuff that could potentially be maneuvered into, but is for the most part just like stacks of goods that are in storage.
Okay. So are there any like climbable stacks of crates that we could get up onto the top of?
Roll me your choice of either perception or investigation check.
Okay, let's do a investigation. Let's do an investigation. That's a 2.
You are a halfling. I'm not saying that in response to you getting a 2. I'm saying that halflings have the ability to re-roll natural ones.
Yes, you
we do. Oh, yes. Thank you. Let's do another investigation. How about a 13?
That's a bit better. So, taking a brief look around, you're able to spot that around the area of section 10-ish, that you can see an area where it might be a bit difficult, but you reckon you could probably climb up a bit, get to a more advantageous point of view. That's the lowest area of the various stacked crates and the like, somewhere where it looks like it goes up about 15 feet rather than the almost halfway to the ceiling kind of distance that everywhere else is. Not entirely sure why that's shorter.
I'll climb up the 15 feet then. I'll take my time over it. I'm in no hurry. And I will find a discreet area towards the back of it, maybe with maybe in a divot in the boxes, so we've got like a fortress battlements overlook made out of crates. And I'd like to then open up the portal so that the others can quietly step through.
Upon climbing to the top of this area, you're able to see that the the various crates and boxed goods that are here appear to be stacked in such a way that they rise gradually, almost like stairs, towards the wall of the warehouse. You suspect in an effort to make it more stable.
Can I push some of them outwards, maintaining the stability, but just making a nice battlements area that we can view from that's not going to be too suspicious?
You can give it a try. The crate, most of the goods here are in storage crates that are similar in size to yourself.
Right. Okay. In that case, is there anyone else in the warehouse at the moment?
From what you can tell, no.
What about with a perception check?
That's a good idea.
That's a 19.
Choosing to try and get an idea of is there anybody else in the warehouse, you calm your breathing and you restore to yourself a situation that is inherently alien to the given bard, and you become silent, listening out for any potential sources of movement or action going on in the warehouse around you. And you do hear that there appears to be some kind of motion, seemingly off in the opposite corner towards sections 6 and 7.
Are all of the stacks of crates climbable in the same way?
It looks as though some of them may be more climbable than others, and you suspect that if you were of a more conventional 5 to 6 foot in height, that it would be a lot easier to reach for the prerequisite handholds and things. But unfortunately, your halfling frame isn't suited to this.
This is a reasonably secluded area. We seem to be out of sight. I'm going to up against the wall of the warehouse so that it's nice and blocked from the line of sight of anything else. Open up the parlor so that people can steadily, quietly spill out.
Unleash the elf.
All right. Who is the first to arrive out of the portal? How quickly do you all pour out of it?
Yes, I'll come out of the office first.
I mean,
take a look around.
I've got the sort of clown car kind of images in my head of us just all pouring out.
I'll just mutter as I come out. Who had the curry last night?
Oh no!
I'll just walk out and go, "Woo, card car, man, dude, you need to see a doctor. That stinks."
I just grumbled, says it wasn't him.
All right.
Take a look around. Is there anything of note?
Feel free to roll me perception checks.
Okay. Perception. I'm not feeling very perceptive.
Codgar, you spot that you appear to be on a stack of crates, which, as you step onto them and intentionally shift your weight from side to side, you notice it could probably be a bit more stable.
I shall be careful.
How's my perception?
Bobby, with a 22, you are able to spot that you do indeed appear to be in a warehouse that vaguely matches the description that Cardgar gave when he used his clairvoyance. And that whilst there doesn't appear to be a lot to immediately take in as noteworthy detail, that well, the lighting isn't too good in here. It's dark. There doesn't seem to be much in the way of artificial sources of illumination. and all of the light that is present is coming in from the windows that are arranged around the upper outer boundary of the warehouse.
Classic warehouse kind of windows around the top edge. Okay.
Exactly.
And we're standing on what, big cardboard boxes at the moment?
Big wooden boxes.
Boxes. Can I look around to see if any of them might have a loose nail or something that might be able to quietly pry open?
Yeah, you can take a look around. I won't make you roll anything for this, as you are able to spot that. Not the crate that you're stood on, but the next one over. It appears as though it's in such a rotational state that it does appear as though that if you wanted to, you could, like if you had a crowbar, for example, pry open this crate and reveal its contents.
There's a crowbar in the parlour.
Is there a crowbar in the parlour?
There's a crowbar in the parlour that was part of a adventuring kit I stuck in there.
Oh.
Convenient.
Yeah.
All right then.
Okay. I will retrieve that and have a bit of a go quietly at opening the crate, because, loot.
This will be an athletics check. The DC is a 16, but you have advantage thanks to the crowbar.
An athletics check.
Indeed. You all see as Bobby takes this crowbar expertly. Well, let's say he gives it a 12, but let's be honest, it's a bit heavy for him, so he'd probably avoid anything flourishing. But he does manage to quite accurately jam it into the space, giving him a good leverage point. And as he pushes on it, it gives a little bit, but it always springs back with no noticeable give in the lid of this crate.
Oh God, just shoved them away and said, "Look, let me show you how it's done."
An athletics check from Cardgar, please.
With advantage, you said?
The crowbar gives advantage, and in doing so, you get a 20. And you see as Cardgar puts a bit of his dwarven weight onto the tip of the crowbar and pries open a good 3 or 4 inches of this crate. Curiously, the nails are sufficiently long that they are still in place. These are some rather long and thick nails holding the thing in place.
Oh, well, can Cargo give it an extra oomph then to try and get the nails off?
You want to completely lift the lid off?
Don't make any noise.
He's trying to show Bobby how it's done.
Do it quietly. Whatever you do, do it quietly.
Yeah, don't forget this is a stealth mission.
Well, prying the lid off to this point has already made quite the bit of noise, as I'm sure you would imagine. The noise largely reverberating off of the open space of the top of this warehouse, that being similar to a creaking door, only turned up to 11.
I'm going to point, by the way, in the direction that I heard the noises from and hold my finger to my lips, and I'm going to listen out and see whether or not that rustling sound appears to be coming closer towards us, having noticed us, or appears to be using a door of some sort to leave.
With everybody going quiet, presumably,
yep,
and you listening out once again, I will say that the 19 perception, since it's for the exact same source, I won't make you roll again. You don't appear to hear anything.
I'm going to mouth to the rest of the group, "There's someone here."
I will go, oh. Alone.
I'll go just ask you to point roughly whereabouts.
I continue pointing.
Piper points in the vague direction of the area noted by 6 and 7.
Can we see anything over there?
Cardgar has dark vision, whereas I'm not sure halflings do.
They do.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Oh, I thought they did.
Nope. They and humans are about the only ones
Yes.
that don't, but yeah, they don't.
All right, well, can I see anything?
If Cardgar wants to make a perception check, he can. If anybody else wants to make a specifically sight-based perception check, they would be doing so with disadvantage. Well, except for Essig, who presumably is still inside the parlor at this point, since Coatrack hasn't said anything.
I mean, what am I supposed to say?
Who knows?
I rolled a 21.
Nice.
Yes, you do.
What do my dwarven eyes see?
Your dwarven eyes see over into that area, and you are able to quite clearly spot that whilst, bear in mind, dwarven dark vision is similar to most forms of dark vision in that it allows you to see in near pitch black conditions, albeit with a distinct monochromatic viewpoint. That is to say, your sight is devoid of color if there is no source of light in the immediate area. That being said, you can see that there doesn't appear to be any movement over there. Whatever Piper was pointing out, from what you can tell, it appears to be still, quiet, dead.
Can't see anything over there. You sure?
It was making noise when it came in. That's why I brought you through. Whatever's over there, it's hiding now.
Well, who is the sneakiest?
It's probably going to be. God, it's going to be a toss-up. Actually, it's going to be fairly close. Halflings are naturally sneaky. They have natural stealth.
Mine's a 7.
My stealth is 7 also.
Okay, I turn to Bob and say, why don't you sneak over there with your dark lamp, see if you can get a closer look.
Ooh, yeah, good point. Dark lamp, yeah. All right. How high up are we at the moment?
You're approximately 15 feet up. If you were to try and get down, you would have to either climb down slowly and carefully, or alternatively, jump down, making an acrobatics check to see if you stick the landing. This is, after all, upwards of 3 to 4 times your height.
Yeah, it's about 4 times my height.
We'll give you a feather fall if you think you need it.
I think that would be a good idea.
That would negate the need for any kind of check.
If you're going to give me a feather fall, I'm going to, try and essentially, looking at this, we're there all of a sudden. I'm going to want to go and make my way to there, and then again to there, if I can. Probably not within 1 movement. It'll probably take 2.
Okay. The sections of 11 and 12 are up rather than straight across. Right. The reason why Piper made her way over to section 10 here is because it had the least height out of all of the various sections and therefore was the easiest to try and get to the top of.
Yep.
I could try and throw you up to 11 with Featherfall.
That could very well work.
Give it a go.
All right. What was that? Strength, athletics?
That would be, yeah, I'd say that's most likely athletics. And since it's such a light person that you're throwing, I'd say that counts for advantage.
All right. Watch me roll double ones. No. Oh, that's
Easy.
a good roll.
Would you want for me as a landing it and climbing it, or can I just do it?
That is a sufficiently high. That is a sufficiently high throw that, when combined with the feather fall, you find yourself being expertly deposited at the top of stack 11, a good 10, 12 feet higher than your companions back down on stack 10. And from there, you suspect that with a good enough jump, you might be able to cross the diagonal over to 5.
Ooh, okay, let's give that a go.
Alrighty. That would be your choice of either athletics or acrobatics.
Definitely going to go with acrobatics. That was a 26 too.
Nice.
More than sufficient. You are able to land over there and do so with barely a sound. If somebody were to be in the area, they would probably suspect that a pigeon has managed to find its way into the warehouse. So, that said, from this particular point of view, you are able to get a decent look around the area. You are able to see to the top of most of the other stacks. Most notably, 2 and 8 seem to be the highest of the bunch.
Okay.
But besides that, you're able to get a fairly comprehensive view of everything. And looking over the ledge, you realize, oh shit, I'm like 30 feet off the ground here. That might be painful.
Interesting. Is there anything on stack 5 that might be a heavy object that I could drop down if I so wished? Other than, of course, myself.
Looking around, towards the back wall, there appears to be a crate that you suspect you would be able to shift, albeit with a bit of effort. It's about 3 foot across, and assuming it's not filled with bullion or something like that, you'd probably be able to give it a go.
I'm not going to, but it helps to know that I can just eat heavy thing down on Pearson below if I need to. I'm going to ready my lamp, and I don't want to make it completely pitch black, but I want to open it just a little to just darken the area that we're in.
Right. Just for reference, your lamp has 2 settings.
Yep.
It can either do a spherical region of 15-foot darkness, 15-foot dim light.
Yep.
Or it can do a very narrow cone of the same distances.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'm going to leave it for the moment and ready a narrow cone, should I want to.
Right. When I say narrow cone, by the way, I'm talking like 15 degrees or so.
Yep. Cool.
So, that said, you've readied your lantern. You're peering around the various circumstances about you. You have identified a potentially shiftable wooden crate towards the back, one that is noticeably smaller than the others.
Okay. Sort of here-ish.
Yeah, towards the back wall.
Right, okay. I'm going to get next to that.
Okay. Is there anything that anybody else is doing during this, or are you all just silently waiting for an update from Bobby? I remind you that you do have communication earrings that I presume are not typically worn by Bobby and Piper.
Yeah, I'm gonna think over to Bobby. Have you found him yet?
No, not yet. I don't think so, anyway. Dark down here, around here, but yeah. Very tall, very high up, keeping my eye open. Anything over your end?
No, quiet round here. Whoever was in here, either they know they've been rumbled, or we have.
Well, I will point out that from what you're able to make out, you haven't heard either of the doors open and close. So either if if there was somebody in here, they must have done so very quietly. Or if there was somebody in here, they still are.
Yep, I'm passing that on to Bobby. Also, Treg, you should see your DMs.
DMs.
I'm going to guess cat pics.
How high up is he?
About halfway. He's not actually climbing it. He's just poking his head through. I'll share this in D&D chat.
Yeah.
It's cat pics. Are one of your cats doing an impression of what Bobby's doing right now?
He's climbing up the tree to pull the polystyrene berries off it.
Of course he is.
Faf is he's a small part, but he does have, it's about 15% Norwegian forest cat. He can't help himself around trees. Absolutely cannot help himself. Anything climbable, that's it. He spirals straight up it like a ninja.
Yeah. He does have that he does have that kind of ADHD cat vibe, doesn't he?
He does. He's very. It's very typical of a Norwegian forest cat. It's just a shame because he looks nothing like a Norwegian forest cat. They're normally quite fluffy and majestic boys, whereas he's just black and white and a lunatic.
Yes. Hey, that's probably a good thing, Particularly fluffy cats often have problems not only with thermal regulation during warmer months, but they also tend to have an issue of getting a bit lazy with their self-grooming later in life. Short-haired cats don't have that issue, though.
No, he's definitely not going to have that issue. A bit prone to over-grooming.
Anyway, I have successfully caught him in the act. Let's move back to Bobby catching these guys in the act.
Yes.
Indeed. So, taking a look around from the new vantage point that you have, Bobby. Again, you are in the relatively pitch blackness of the warehouse. There's a little bit more light up here thanks to your relatively close proximity to the windows, which at this point are only 10-15 feet above you. Right. But still, that's not a whole lot of natural light. You strongly suspect that this warehouse is primarily used by dwarves who wouldn't struggle with such.
I'm not seeing anyone.
Not currently, no.
Can I roll for
peeking
perception?
over the edge? Peeking over the edge of the stack that you're currently on top of, you're not able to spot any movement, but quite frankly, you're not able to spot much of anything at all. Were it not for the fact that you were already aware of how high up you were, you would suspect that you're hundreds of feet off the ground because you simply can't see the floor.
Okay.
What were you going to ask to roll?
A perception check?
To listen out for things, I presume?
Yeah, to listen, see if I can anything else, and if all else fails, I'm going to cast my cone of darkness down into that area in the hope that it will either push people out of it or make them light something up. But we'll do the perception first.
All right. With a 19 perception check, you match the methodology that Piper was using earlier. You completely still yourself and you listen carefully. You're able to make out the low-level movements of your companions across the way, but you do manage to pick up on some noise, and It's interesting. What you hear, the only conclusion that you're able to come to is that there's something in the wall. If you had to guess, say maybe it's some brickwork moving about due to changing temperatures, or maybe there's some degree of hollowness to it, and maybe there's some rats scurrying around. It's very faint.
I'll relay this back to Piper. Listen to the walls.
I'll indicate to the rest of the group and stick my ear to the wall.
Is there anything about the wall, like the stonework, that stands out?
The walls are thick.
Yes, but I'm like, does it look like the inner side of the wall was built at a different time to the outer side, sort of thing?
Well, I believe dwarves have a bonus when it comes to checking things out from a stonework perspective. Why don't you look up the details of that dwarven trees and see what you can figure out?
All right. You mean stone cunning? There you go.
That's the one.
Got this on my sheet.
Whenever you make an intelligent history check related to the origin of stonework, you are considered proficient in history, and add double your proficiency bonus to the check instead of your normal proficiency bonus. Right. Are you proficient in history checks?
I am.
In that case, what is your current proficiency bonus? I believe it should be a +3.
3.
Roll me a intelligence history check, and whatever the value is, we'll boost it by 3.
Okay. 23. So 26.
That's rather good. Cardgar,
Yes.
as you make your way over to this area, to this wall, you press your ear up against the wall, and you notice that the brickwork here is, well, it's odd. As far as you know, dwarves use their natural affinity towards stonework in order to construct via a process known as dry stone construction. That is, they predominantly build things without the use of mortar. But it appears as though that this wall that you are currently observing is built using the much more human style of brick and mortar. That strikes you as odd, given that this is a dwarven city, though you are aware that the humans and the dwarves have been getting very friendly for the last decade or so. It's possible that this might not be anything noteworthy, and it's just simply built by humans.
Does it look like it's built after the rest of the building?
You can't say, because you haven't seen the rest of the building. You've only seen the interior, not the exterior. Even with your clairvoyant sensor, you were only able to see the inside.
Okay. If I knock on it, does it sound hollow?
It does, though not particularly hollow. It sounds like there may be some level of insulation on the inside or something. Or perhaps it's somewhat thick, but there's maybe a space.
I will pass this information on to everyone else for now. I don't think I'm going to do something like use shatter on it to see what's behind it at the moment.
Well, this is a stealth mission, Ez.
Shatter? I don't think I'll use shatter. Not using shatter is one of the stealthiest things Cardgar can do.
Right, guys, we're going full stealth here. Let's just bash this wall to see if it reverberates, and then maybe shatter it.
He didn't bash it; he knocked on it.
Anyway,
Yeah.
When he knocks, by the way, I'm going to be listening intently. Let's do a perception.
Okay.
for any kind of movement or reaction on the other side of the wall to the knocking from anyone that might be in, anyone or anything that might be in there.
Even with a 22, you're not able to make anything out, unfortunately. It seems as though as you listen out for potential reaction, it just seems still.
Doesn't Kalagar have mold earth?
I don't think. No, I don't.
Thought someone did.
I think that might have been Reeve.
Oh, okay. Any thoughts? What do you reckon, Coat?
Oh, I was actually wondering, did we actually check all the other internal areas instead of, dealing with this wall thing?
Currently, the information that you have is that the floor space seems to be largely kept clean. There's maybe some dust, bits of dirt, etc., and maybe the odd wood chip or so. The stacks all seem to be somewhat high, but otherwise conventional. There's the expectation that there's probably some methodology that they have for taking stuff down from these shelves. One thing that is worth noting, by the way, something that you may have forgotten about. This warehouse is actually in the long-term storage section of the docks warehouse region. There are areas that are dedicated to things that you would expect to be brought in and out on a regular basis, like food and things of that nature. And there are areas that are dedicated towards the long-term storage of non-perishable goods. That is where you are right now.
Right, wasn't it? Okay. When is this meeting supposed to be happening?
That you didn't end up getting direct information on. When you asked when was the meeting taking place, you were given the answer of in 3 days. You don't have any further detail beyond that.
So I guess we're just camping out here and listening for any noise, yeah? I mean, we've got the parlour. I've got snacks and drink in there. We've got plenty of wine.
Okay.
You want to turn this into a stakeout?
Yeah. Let's rob some of the crates while we're here.
Yeah. By the way, something that is worth noting, that crate that Cardgar rather noisily opened earlier, none of you peeked inside.
Got a bit distracted, but it's a good point. I mean, Cardgar was just caught up in that, look, you're doing it wrong, let me show you how. And he wasn't that interested in actually the contents of the crate, but
I am going to relay. I'm going to relay back to Piper as well. If we're here for the long haul, check out what was in that crate.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Peering inside, you can see that the interior of this crate, which bear in mind is about 5 feet across, it's quite a big crate. It appears as though that there are rather neatly stacked into what you would presume to be multiple columns of such small barrels. When I say small, about foot tall, expected width wide.
Okay, let's have a look inside one of them.
Currently, the crate isn't open enough that you could pull one out.
Right, Cardgar, you want to? We definitely heard something in the walls, though. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to continue to listen to the walls whilst you are doing that over at my end.
Yeah, Cardgar, see if you can do this quietly. But if we can,
posted in D&D room might be adjacently relevant to what you're doing, Trig.
Aye.
What, a Jewish car crash?
Card guy, you reckon you can crack this thing open quietly? There's something in here.
Yeah, no, I'll give it a go. How do I do it quietly though?
I tell you what, I've got some lamp oil. That might lubricate it, make it make less noise.
I mean, Gargosh shrugs and says, "You can give it a go if you want."
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'll daub some lamp oil on the nail points, so that it's less creaky and has a little more ease of lift.
All right. You as you say, you daub a bit of lamp oil onto the parts where the nails are still embedded in the wood, and I presume you wait for a moment for things to soak into place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cardgar,
Yeah.
roll me another athletics check to pry open the crate the rest of the way.
All right. 24.
Easily done. With a noteworthy reduction in the amount of sound, Cardgar is able to just put a little bit more leverage on the crate, and the nails finally give way, revealing their total length to be over 6 inches in length. These things are practically daggers, short swords to a halfling. And once you have done so, you are able to, with minimal increase of noise, take a closer look at these barrels, and they appear to be they do appear to be labeled. It doesn't appear as though that there is any obvious way of being able to uncover them, however. Any way of being able to open them, I should say.
But what does the label say?
In Dwarven, it reads blasting jelly.
Kiki can't read Dwarven, can she?
No.
I don't think she can.
Kiki, when you ask what's in there, you just notice Cardguard just grin and say,
What is that?
"Oh, maybe a bit of fun." Says it's a blasting jelly.
I'm going to have to relay that. I'm going to relay it to Bobby. Looks like we've got loads of blasting jelly here. Someone's planning a big pop.
Yeah, me. Ooh.
I was going to ask Piper, do you reckon we can store some of this in your magic space?
You reckon we can slide a crate through the door?
Now, before anything continues, I will ask that anybody who wants to roll me a relevant check to see if they can get an idea as to what blasting jelly actually is.
Insight?
Insight sounds like a good idea.
Intimidation. I want to tell me what it is.
I will remind you that insight checks are used for reading the intentions of people. They are not very good at reading the intentions of objects.
Would I be able to use a history check given it's Dwarven stuff?
History check does sound appropriate.
Okay.
You wouldn't have advantage on this, bear in mind.
16.
What about medicine?
I'm thinking religion.
Yeah, I'm going to go medicine, given this is chemical science, essentially.
Or
Why don't you
survival.
just do an investigation?
It's all a moot point. All I'm doing at the moment is calling out all the ones I have 2 in. It would be exactly the same roll if it was survival, medicine, nature, investigation, insight, arcana, or religion. So I'm going to do an arcana, just because I've rolled a 17. Does me rolling a 17 get me any sort of knowledge as to blasting goo?
Indeed it does. this is something that, well, I'm going to relay you information that presumably Bobby and Cardgar would relay to the rest of the party in short order. Blasting jelly is a special substance that is made by the it's made by the dwarves at the guidance of a particularly gifted gnomish inventor known as Gonkig Oppenheimer. It was invented primarily to aid in the expansion of the mines of Warrenheim, but has been found to be quite effective in military engagements for the purposes of sapping. For all intents and purposes, this is a slightly stabilized version of what people in the real world would recognize as nitroglycerin.
Oh, exactly what I imagined. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, yeah. Can we push a... so is it stable enough that we can move these crates around with relative safety?
It's safe enough that if one of these barrels were to fall off this stack, it might be bad, might be not guaranteed, which is a DM's way of saying I would roll a dice. But it's certainly safe enough that, assuming you didn't drop it, there's very little that you could do to set one of these off.
How would one set one off if one intended to do so?
Shatter.
Exposure to a good shock would do it, so thunder damage. Lightning and fire damage would certainly set them off very quickly. Beyond that, though, well, I'd say that's enough answers.
Okay. In that case, are you guys able to help me push a full crate of this stuff into underneath my desk in the parlor?
I reckon I should be able to help with that.
I'm gonna ask if you guys can get a barrel or two of it, a small barrel or two of it, over to me where I am. I'm thinking what we could do is
I'll help with it.
Rig some up over the doors.
Before you go for any further with your planning, I will point something out. The crate that this thing is stored in is basically 5 foot cubed.
Right.
Oh, okay. In that case,
the doorway to the parlor is most certainly too small.
Okay, how many small containers from this thing can I fit in the parlor underneath my writing desk?
5 foot cube's not particularly big.
Underneath the writing desk, you'd probably be able to fit 2, maybe 3. You certainly wouldn't have any legroom afterwards.
Oh, they're that big. Okay, so I can stick maybe 3 on the shelves, and then let's have one of them available for... and then, yeah, I'll stick 3 on the shelves, just in storage, if I can.
Sure. So you can... How many are you taking?
3. It's about as many as is reasonable, I think.
3. Fair enough. Yeah, you're able to take 3 of them and put them in the parlor. You do so quite carefully and make sure that they are in a nice, stable position when you do so. Thankfully, the parlor has not so far been subject to earthquakes. But yes, getting 3 out of the crate and into the parlor wouldn't be too difficult at all.
How many are there in a crate?
Well, it looks as though that it's about 4 by 4 rows, and you suspect that it goes down by about 4 as well.
Right, so about 16 per crate, yeah? Oh, 32. No, yeah. Okay. 64.
Hazard a guess, there's a few.
Okay. Right. Yeah, we'll take... How heavy are they each?
I can't give exact weights, obviously, but they're pretty hefty. A good few kilos each.
Right.
Bear in mind, this is like have you ever carried a foot-long mini barrel?
Yes.
Yeah. I've got one on the desk here. It's all right. Yeah.
Yeah, one of those filled with water, effectively.
Oh, okay.
That's the kind of that's the kind of thing that you're that you're dealing with here.
Hold on. Allow me to...
It's about a foot tall and you suspect maybe 8 inches wide.
Just for reference, can you clarify on this for me? Is this the kind of thing we're talking about?
Yeah, that's about right, I'd say.
Right, brilliant. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, so Cargo, how much for a blast do you reckon one of these barrels will make?
How well would I know that, given the role I made?
You've never personally dealt with blasting jelly, but you suspect that if you were to plonk one of these up against a reasonable wall and set it off, it would punch straight through it. These walls in this warehouse, though, you're putting 2 and 2 together and figuring out maybe the reason why they're so thick is because this warehouse stores things like blasting jelly.
Okay, well, I'll relay what you just said to Piper.
Right, I'm reckoning we get up to a higher position alongside Bobby. Maybe have a look around the bottom first and see if we can find any kind of secret entryways or sliding doors or anything.
I've got this idea. Let me explain my plan. If we rig up a bunch of these barrels so that at our command we can basically pull a piece of string and then we'll all drop from the roof to the floor. And at the same time as that happens, we all jump inside Piper's pocket dimension thing. We could quite happily level everything inside this warehouse and deal with whatever foe might be there, whilst we'd all be safely inside another realm altogether.
May I remind you that the cargo that we're expecting these people to be coming to collect tonight is expected to be humans, people slaves.
Yes, I am aware. I'm just thinking in terms of, last ditch. Essentially, how can we put it? It's kind of it's mutually assured annihilation, mutually assured destruction. We can then walk up to them, face to face with them, with string in hand, and go, "Do as we say, or you're fucked."
Okay.
And I don't care about the repercussions. I may be small, but I'm fearsome. Fear me, orc bitch. You are now mine.
Well, I've got us in. I'll leave that up to you.
And if they don't fear us and they don't bow down and beg and kneel before Zod, essentially, then we'll just jump in a pocket dimension and yeet these motherfuckers and everything else that's here.
I mean, Essig's our chief interrogator.
Yeah, I mean, we could just literally grab one, throw him in the pocket dimension, and Essig can literally dismantle him piece by piece and interrogate him.
I
He doesn't
don't
really need
look.
much. He doesn't need to do much physically. He just is intimidating if he wants to.
Yeah, look, I've already said this about the corpse. I don't want too much mess inside the pocket dimension. This is my office and my.
Hang on.
It is
Kiki, don't you have the spell rope trick?
I do.
Ooh, we can
So-
use rope trick to do that.
Yeah.
We can
Unless rope tricks like only willing people can enter. I don't know if that's a thing.
I'm not sure. I can't actually post the spell because it's a wand I've got, not the spell itself.
Let's have a look. Rope trick in Basic Rules 2014 edition. In case, you know. You touch a length of the rope that is up to 60 feet long. At the end of the rope, then rises up into the air until the whole rope hangs there perpendicular to the ground. At the upper end of the rope, an invisible entrance opens to an extra-dimensional space that lasts until the spell ends. The extra-dimensional space can be reached by climbing up to the top of the rope. The space can hold as many as 8 medium or smaller creatures. The rope can be pulled back into the space, making the rope disappear from view outside the space. Attacks and spells can't cross through the entrance into or out of the extra-dimensional space, but those inside can see it. It doesn't say anything about whether or not you have to be willing to be taken up into it. So yes, you could. I
will.
Yeah.
I will, in that case, make a ruling.
Okay.
If you can force such an individual into that space, then they will be able to enter said space. But taking somebody who is non-willing, either through being unconscious or fighting back, and taking them up a rope is not easy.
You say that. However, ropes have this incredible capability of being tied into a noose or lasso at one end and then hoisted.
Yes. We could just literally tie him up at the bottom end of the rope, and then we could climb up the rope, and then we can just drag the rope up with bound, orc or whatever it is at the other end.
Makes sense to me.
You don't seem to be understanding. This is a 60-foot long rope.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Is it?
Why?
Well,
Climb.
What if we just get a winch to help?
I was going to say, give me a couple of pulleys, and I'll make 60 foot very, very, very easy. In fact, even easier than a 30-foot rope. Twice as easy, in fact.
I mean, there's a
times
length.
as easy.
Maybe.
You could use rope trick you could use a 60-foot rope to create the rope trick, but you would need a separate length of rope to then pull somebody into it if you were to do so that way. If you have two 60-foot lengths of rope, then I don't see any particular reason why that wouldn't work.
How much
just
rope can you fit into a 5-foot cube?
More than 60 feet.
Right. Can we, in that case, the rope trick's probably a better idea. How long does it last?
An hour.
An hour.
Can I recast it while we're in there? Or do I have to create a separate rope trick every time?
I think you need to create a separate rope trick every time from what I've read of this. Let me bring it back up again. Because I remember it saying that
anything inside the extra-dimensional space drops out when the spell ends.
Yes. Attacks and spells can't cross through the entrance into or out of the extra-dimensional space. So you can't cast a spell inside of it, outside of it. If that makes sense.
That being said, I would also argue that if an explosion was to take place inside of a rope trick, no damaging effects would travel outside of the portal.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's a great idea. We can fucking grenade frag somebody and then leave it, and then an hour later it will pop open and just goo will just rain down from 60 foot up.
Cool.
Yep.
If you timed that right, that would be an epic finale to a concert.
Or a
I feel like an
thing.
achievement. I feel like an achievement's just popped up saying "war crime unlocked."
Just goes ew.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I see. I was just wondering whether or not we could rope trick in the middle of the warehouse and use it as a good stakeout point. But if it'll only last the hour, and we'd need to climb down every hour, make a new one, and climb back up again, that's not quite gonna work.
No.
Can you rope trick from the entrance of a rope trick to just like to get higher and higher and higher?
No. If you were to try and do that, the second rope trick would just kind of extend up into the first rope trick, at which point it would just fail.
All right.
The way to think about it is that the rope trick terminates in the sky as a perpetually open 5-foot portal. At least that's how I'm choosing to interpret it.
Right. Now, may I propose, unless anyone has any other ideas, just in the goal of actually getting something done here.
Tell me the result when I get back in a minute.
We stake this place out until we hear something, knowing that tonight is the night something's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And just get ourselves some good vantage points. And anyone who wants to set up some traps can set up some traps.
Well,
yep, sounds like a plan.
Yeah, sounds
all
good
right
to me.
then.
Just out of curiosity, because I've forgotten what were we talking about rope trick for again?
It's basically a way of escaping the apocalypse that I was planning on reaping into the warehouse. I also think that at the present moment we should be probably looking around and seeing if we can find if a certain place is empty, we could do with identifying any cases that may hold people in them.
Yeah.
That's
so I reckon they're likely to be hiding them in the wall. I think that could have been part of what we were hearing.
I think they're in the wall too. Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to be here for a while, I could cast clairvoyance into the wall and see if there's anything in there.
Not a bad idea.
I will say that there is something that your party could have done by now that would have immediately uncovered a great many mysteries.
Is that ask the DM what's going on here?
No, that's just the DM saying, check your stuff. There's something you may have missed.
I've got some thunderstones. Don't know if that will help.
Are we doing that thing where we get up to the wall of the Orc Fortress while wielding a ladder, while carrying a 10-foot ladder in our backpack, and go, wow, the GM's just put an impassable wall here. Great GMing, GM.
I remember that video.
Oh, maybe you should check your backpack rolls or two. No, can't find anything useful here.
Yes, we better go back to town. Get a ladder.
That's why I say certain things just shouldn't require a roll if they're so basic that there's a less than 5% chance of failure.
Yeah, I agree. But what I'm talking about here is something that...
I'm not talking about what you're doing.
Right, okay. But what I'm talking about here is like, it would require a small amount of out-the-box thinking, but there is something that you could do right now which would just... It would give you a lot of direction.
Oh, cast Shatter on the wall.
I mean, you can if you want.
What do you guys think? We were hearing stuff on the wall earlier.
You want to do cast Shatter on the wall?
Yes.
You realise if you cast Shatter on the wall, you're going to set off all of that blasting powder.
And possibly bring the entire building down on us.
And we can do that when we're outside.
Yeah.
We are going to be
Might
dead.
be.
That is a and
Also-
the campaign is over because we're all dead.
What was that about this being a stealth mission?
It's Trig that wants to get revenge for Brest, not Yuko.
Yeah, I have
Not revenge.
in a campaign I ran a couple of years ago. I'd built actually a not dissimilar situation to this, where there was a storehouse with huge amounts of gunpowder in it, and a boat that was alongside it in the docks that was also full of war materials and more gunpowder, and one of the characters in there decided to cast a ball of fire onto the gunpowder, and they
hang on, Trig, you're missing the important bit there. They successfully stealthed the mission.
They stealthed into the in there. Yeah, they didn't need to.
Yeah, and on the way out, it was like, "Oh, lol! I'm going to put fire on the explosion and stuff." And
Yes.
then
It was
you and I were like,
flaming
"Oh my
sphere.
god, what have you done?"
It was flaming sphere, so we had to guide it in, and it
Cool.
leveled half a city. The rogue was there going, I can take half damage by just dodging out of the way of the blast. I was like,
Yes.
you're 50 feet inside a blast that is got a circumference of a quarter of a mile, dude. You'll take
No, you
half
shouldn't have
damage.
said yes.
You're still
Like
in tiny
half of a
pieces.
million.
Yeah, you're still in tiny pieces.
Yes, but twice as large tiny
Hey, we got
pieces.
better.
They did.
For
Never thought
anybody
about this.
for anybody potentially listening to this, what the rogue was effectively saying was, "Oh, don't worry, I'll just dodge the Halifax explosion."
Yes, I have uncanny dodges.
Absolutely based.
No, you're not. Oh, poor
I
Theo.
remember that
I
session.
really felt for-
I was a bit like miffed.
I felt
That is like,
sorry
oh.
for Theo on that one because it was just Chase going, "Oh, I'll do this. It'll be funny," and it was like,
Yeah,
I mean, it was pretty funny.
You know what was hilarious about it was I'd spent the best part of 2 weeks building that city up. I'd got all manner of fucking shit to do in that city, and it was gone in one fucking fell swoop.
Dude, no, hold on a second. That's almost like being one of the architects who built something in Hiroshima,
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
except way less annoying because
Except he
you're just a
yeah,
DM.
he opened it a week before the bomb dropped. Yeah, exactly. Oh, this is going to be a fantastic municipal swimming pool. Oh. Oh.
Oh, well, the water's gone. Okay.
Just evaporated very quickly.
So,
Wait, look on the bright side. Feels the swimming pool. There's actually a good chance it survived.
Yeah. Well, the library. There was a girl in the library where it happened, where it exploded directly above, and she survived because she was in the basement.
Huh.
The whole building collapsed down on top of her. It fucking bounced her around a bit. She was in a bad way, but she survived it. I don't know how many years longer she survived, because I'd imagine she got a dose and a half.
Well, maybe not, because if the building collapsed on top of her, I think the radiation is sent outward.
Yeah, and those bombs weren't massive on the X-rays. They were, I mean, they're pretty bad for the X-rays, but they're not neutron bomb.
No.
The X-rays would be
The
blocked.
problem
It
with
was
it is if you ate food or drank water, it got inside you.
Yeah. Because
right.
that's alpha and beta particles that fuck you up big time.
I don't know whether
it would be the gamma that would be the problem there.
When you say gamma, that's what I'm
dangerous,
talking about.
but
The X-rays is that they go straight through you.
Yeah.
Like gamma mostly goes through the gaps between your atoms.
Mm-hmm.
It's alpha, if it can get under your skin, is what will really do the damage.
Yes.
Yeah. Jeez.
right, Ginge. I'm not so don't eat smoke detector, Californium. So
No, don't eat smoke detector.
No.
so Ginge.
No.
Short of me, I'm thinking it must be someone else's inventory, because short of either dropping a thunderstone and blowing us to high heaven, or pulling out the bagpipes and seeing if anyone comes out angrily, I don't know what I could use in my inventory to help in this situation.
Well, it's possible that your inventory is not what I was talking about.
Right. I've got an idea. Right. Okay. See what you think to this, guys. I'm just thinking outside the bag here. I could put on my wig of orking and start marching around making orc noises. But I don't speak orc, so
don't we have rings of that now, or am I wrong?
Should do by now. Yeah.
They're being made.
Yeah. Do I still have my wig in that case, or is he borrowing that?
The wig was analysed and given back to you.
Right, so I do have my wig of orking. Okay, great. So we've got that. I could put on my wig of orking, get a clipboard out, and just march
I
around.
completely forgot that we could disguise as orcs. Why are we hiding?
You guys can't. Yes, I can. Unless
I thought we had rings.
Holy shit!
Well,
Deja
he
vu.
can disguise as a very small orc if he wants to.
Yes.
A smoke
with a clipboard, just in case anyone comes up, and I'll just start getting officious with them, pretending like
That's where they start really questioning whether you're an orc or a goblin.
Uh-huh. Excuse me.
Greenskins.
Yeah. They say
Well-
green is the new black.
Well, I'm gonna check the walls as I move around and keep an ear out. I'm looking specifically for hidden doors or sliding false panels, that sort of thing. I'm going to keep an eye on the floor. If people are being brought in here, they're likely being dragged, so or carried by something heavy. So there should be marks to reflect that.
Yes. Is there any hidden trap doors in the floor? Can I use the stone cunning on that?
So you're climbing down to the ground floor of the warehouse, then, are you?
I'm not
Yeah.
staying where I am. I'm going to keep an eye open. I'm actually also going to use my fishing tackle to lower a fishing line down from where I am on my fishing rod, which I keep on me.
All right.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask someone to attach a barrel of this explosives to winch up to me in my vantage point.
Or risky.
Yes.
I mean, I was going to offer to throw you a barrel, but I thought
that's more risky.
Oh no.
No. I'd say they're about equal. To be honest, I'll be honest.
A fishing line should be able to carry a couple of kilos. You can pull fish out of water with them. That is far more than a couple of kilos of weight. There's no about it. That is absolutely fucking factual.
Okay, but how would you attach the fishing wire to the barrel?
Wrap it around a few times. You know, like as if I was basically tying a present.
Sure.
Yeah, as if you were pleating.
The thing that got me humming was the fact that I was assuming you were just talking like use the fishing hook to attach the barrel.
Oh Jesus fucking Christ! No, that's mad.
No, you wrap it as if you're pleating. You wrap it as if you're pleating a boat off to a circular bollard.
Yes.
Question for you: Kiki's office place thing, Paula. Is there an item you carry to activate the door?
Yeah, it's a key.
Yes, she carries a key.
Like a little
key. So why don't we put one of these in there and get the key to Trig, which weighs a lot less and is a lot less explosive. He then opens it up and takes it out, and then passes the key back to you.
My God.
Well, I'm going to be like safe and safety conscious and not get everybody killed. Sure.
You know what? Fine.
Overruled for being boring.
We'll do the boring, safe way if you like.
Well,
wait, hold on.
I just toss one up to him.
No one's going to listen to the ballad of the time we took the boring, safe method.
Right?
No one's going to listen to any ballad if we blow
Overruled.
up.
Rule of cool, we ain't doing this. Do we talk about the time that the party made a sensible decision and didn't blow up that city? No.
You know, he's right. He's right. Fucking tie a barrel onto the end of this fishing line and let me winch it up. In fact, fuck it, we'll have two.
This is why people like you aren't remembered in history as.
You know what? I'm okay not being famous for being famous means.
Right, who's tying the barrel off? Because I'm going down looking for secret doors while you're doing this.
I'm gonna help in the secret trap doors because I think that might be something I have advantage on.
Fine. Essek, help me fucking tie this barrel onto this end of this fishing line. I'm all the way up like 90 feet up or 1,000,000 feet up.
Also, I'm searching for trapdoors on the furthest part away from where Trig is at the moment.
I will help.
Okay,
Thank you.
Let's go in order of how we appear in the D&D waiting room. Kiki, what is Piper doing?
I'm searching for secret doors, as I said. Sliding doors, any kind of scuff marks where heavy things that could potentially be carrying humanoids or signs of struggle may have been carried. Sliding doors on the walls, that sort of thing. You know, drafts coming from behind boxes that may well signify doors behind them.
I will give you a few extra parameters to go with what you're describing. You can just do a general search of the entire warehouse, which you could do if you wanted to, or you could pick a specific location to focus in, which would increase your chances of success were there something to discover. Also, given the low light conditions, unless you alleviate those low light conditions, you would be doing any such search at disadvantage.
Well, I have a lantern in the parlor. I'll take that with me.
A lantern would be a way to alleviate such a disadvantage. So are you going to go with something specific, or are you just generally searching everything?
Well, Cardgar said he was searching the opposite side of the warehouse, so I'll search this side.
Okay, so describe to me which numbers you are searching. I presume 1 through 7.
I am. Yeah, let's go 1 through 7.
All right then. Roll me an investigation check.
Okay. Investigation. Have a 20.
That's pretty good. We'll get to the results of that in a moment. Coatrack, what are you up to?
I thought I was helping Trig.
You're going to be helping out with tying the barrel to the fishing line and helping him hoist what effectively amounts to a small bomb up 30 foot worth of stuff.
Yes.
Right, so Coatrack, you make your way over there, carrying a barrel in the process. I'm going to presume that you use the key in order to get the barrels from 15 foot up down to ground level, or are you doing things the exciting way?
We'll save the exciting part for once there's enemies to blow up.
Right up. So you Piper lends you the key to the parlor, you put a barrel in, you climb down, you take a barrel out, you go over to Trig, you tie it to the end of the rope. Roll me survival check, please. I consider the tying of knots to be a survival skill. Are you having trouble opening your character sheet?
Oh.
Code?
Oh, I thought you said Trig. Sorry, you wanted survival rolled?
Yes, you're the one who's tying the thing to the string.
Okay. Anyway, wait, tying. Wouldn't that be sleight of hand?
No, as I just said, I consider the tying of knots to be a survival skill, hence it being part of a survival skill check.
Wisdom thing. All right. Weird.
All right. It's inelegant and uses a lot of fishing line, but you are able to tie the barrel in place with a high degree of confidence that it should not come loose. Next up, we have Ez.
Yeah.
What is Cardgar doing during
Cardgar's
these?
basically trying to look for like seams in the ground that might be like a hidden trapdoor or something like that. And he's doing it on the other side from where Kiki's searching, so we're not covering the same ground. So away from the explosive big thing.
Right, sir. Good to know. And unlike Piper, you have dark vision, so you don't need a light source in order to achieve a straight roll with your investigation check.
Could I perhaps
go
use
ahead.
Stone Cunning?
No. Stone Cunning is for history checks. This is investigation.
All right. I will do a straight investigation.
Bless you.
I get an 8.
Yeah, I guess the roll does make sense. Cool.
All right. And lastly, we have Trig.
Yes. So
You are waiting around for Essig to tie a barrel to a fishing rod, and then presumably you're going to hoist it up.
but he's tying it to the fishing line, and I'm using the rod to hoist it up. Yes. I'm going to try and do it relatively carefully. Don't want to sort of swing it around too much. Don't want to drop it. Don't want to try casting with it or anything like that.
We do have a lot of experience with fishing that should assist you in this, right?
We have been known to catch the occasional fish.
So,
or even bird.
I will remind you that the reel and the rod themselves are reinforced, but the fishing line itself is not.
Yes.
The weight of this barrel is quite significant. There is a small chance it might snap, but given the size of fishes that you've caught in the past, it's a small chance. Okay. I'm talking natural ones here.
Okay.
The main issue here is that you are attempting to use a fishing line reel to winch something that is probably about half your own body weight at minimum up 30 plus feet.
Sure.
Roll me a check.
What check is this?
I'm going to say either athletics or just straight strength, I'm afraid. I know that isn't your strong suit, but that's the one that makes that's the one that makes the most sense under these circumstances.
Okay. Fine. I'm going to go for athletics in that case, because that's just a -2. If it was strength, it would be even worse.
Righto.
Is anyone going to give me advantage?
Ooh. There's no advantage to be given.
You know what? I'm just going to take my inspiration in that case.
Go for it. Roll again.
Can we provide bardic inspiration for this as well?
I'm afraid the check's already been made.
Yep. Okay. I have rolled an unnatural 0.
Thankfully, when it comes to doing re-rolls with DM Inspiration, you do get to take your choice. So if you want to choose the 0, you can.
0 or 3? I'm going to take the 0. Why?
All right, then.
Why be mediocre on these things?
Now, we have established what everybody's doing. We have rolled checks. Now to go over the results. Piper, starting with you, with a total 20 on your investigation check. That is what you needed. As a result, you slowly go through each of the areas, checking each different section of the wall and the various crates along those sides. You are operating under the somewhat safe assumption that if this is indeed long-term storage and there are people in the crates, those people are probably dead, as well. These are 20 plus tall stacks of crates. It would not be easy or quick to extract them from such containers.
Mm-hmm.
In doing so, you prioritize your searching to the floors and walls. As you do so, you search along the walls and you're knocking on the walls, you're making extra careful you're being extra perceptive with the sounds of your feet, and when you get to the walk space between stacks 4 and 5, you happen to you happen to step on a particular flagstone in the ground that sounds different. Not hollow, as you were expecting. It almost sounds like it wasn't made of stone at all.
Does it lift?
You look closer, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious space where you can like get leverage on it. But moving on. Coatrack.
Hi.
With your 14 survival, you have managed to successfully tie the barrel to the fishing line, and you watch as Bobby begins to hoist it up. And as this is happening, Cardgar, you do a similar search to what Piper is doing, measuring your footsteps, checking walls, searching for points of inconsistency and incongruity in the area. And with your previous stone cunning check taken into account, even though you only rolled an 8, you are able to reconfirm that there appears to be a slight degree of hollowness to this inner wall. You can't make a proper estimate as to how thick the inner wall is, but you suspect it's probably a foot or two.
Okay.
And finally...
Go on. No, go ahead.
Finally, we get to Bobby. Bobby, the first 10 or so feet of pulling this thing up is laborious, but you're able to get through with it. Unfortunately, this is a very small winch intended to be cranked on whilst occasionally giving slack on the line so there isn't as much resistance, and the give and take of gradually pulling in a big fish, etc., etc. Because this is a barrel against gravity, there is no periods of release where you can take advantage of the sudden lack of resistance. And as a result, by the time it gets about 15 feet in the air, you lose your grip on the reel.
Uh-huh.
That said, there are two
Game
people
over, it
who are
explodes.
There are two people who are in the vicinity that can potentially save this. There is Bobby himself, who can make another athletics check, this time with disadvantage, to try and catch the reel and just recover this situation. And there is Essig, who can do something to try and soften the blow of the barrel.
Let's see. Hold on, how big exactly was it?
Are you familiar with the kind of barrel that Kiki has posted a picture of there? If you check the D&D room.
No. But
Okay.
but based on the fact that's on a couch, I can kind of get the idea of how big it is.
Yeah.
It's about a foot tall.
Yeah.
This thing, from the weight that you were able to measure from when you were holding it, it's a good few pounds. But you know that, for example, if it were to land in your head, there's a decent chance it might knock you unconscious. But otherwise, you expect that it's probably going to cause a dent in the floor, or maybe break open, or maybe detonate. You have options, but they are quick. You have what effectively is a reaction to deal with this situation.
Right, and let's see. I was just checking through my spells, see if I knew anything that would be even relevant, and honestly, none of them would help. Unless, wait, hold on. How severely could? Oh, wait. To what degree would you allow me to warm the air under it using prestidigitation to make it float? Or is that completely retarded?
To an insufficient degree, I'm afraid.
That's what I figured. All right.
Prestidigitation is capable of taking a cup of lukewarm water and bringing it up to drinking temperature for, say, a cup of tea.
Yeah, no, it didn't exactly seem very likely to be useful. Just thought I'd ask. All right, can I just acrobatically attempt to stop it?
You're going to try and intercept it with your body? Or
how do you think it,
perhaps?
Think of it kind of like a catch type tackle thing where you grab it and make sure it doesn't actually land roughly.
I would say you can use acrobatics, but you would be doing so at disadvantage. Typically, acrobatics is used to transport yourself, not other things.
So is juggling athletics then?
Believe it or not, yes.
Weird.
Especially if it's something heavy.
What if you try and do like an acrobatic backflip catch sort of thing?
Again, that's the reason why this is being rolled at disadvantage. Just for reference code, if you've ever seen the build of a professional juggler, they are some muscular people.
Yeah,
they have like
makes sense.
Professional swimmers.
Did you know that something like 70% of people hate juggling, and about 50% of people in the world can juggle, which means that about 20% of people minimum who can juggle also hate juggling.
That's a very interesting statistic, right there.
That's a minimum. It might be all of the people that juggle hate juggling. And I would say that's probably likely to be true. Having tried to juggle and failed many times, it's a
You're one of the people who can't juggle, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't think of literally anything useful to do. So yeah, I'll just what roll should I do to attempt to catch it?
This would be a disadvantage acrobatics check. You're effectively going to be using acrobatics to try and intercept the barrel using your body, either by simply allowing it to impact you instead of the hard floor, or to try and snatch it out of the air.
Use your body, Coat.
Well, preferably snatch. Anyway, there you go. 11.
With an 11, you are able to not snatch it out of the air, but you more so just kind of jump into it. You definitely lessen the blow and greatly reduce the likelihood of it just outright breaking. But I still have to roll.
Ginger, before you roll, can Cargill see this?
It's possible that he can. I would say roll me a d6. If you roll a 5 or a 6, you can see it. So 1 in 3 chance.
Oh, never mind.
All right, then. I'm going to roll a d10. If the barrel hits the ground and it's a 10, the barrel goes boom. The barrel hits the ground and seemingly does so in a manner that is almost unnaturally soft. It appears as though it doesn't even make much of a noise as it hits the ground. It simply rolls along a bit. Crisis averted.
Having completed my performance, I bow.
Round of applause from above here. Nice one, mate. Nice one. Sorry about that. Close call there.
Incidentally, Piper, you can't help but notice that the point where the barrel impacted just so happened to be the same point that you noticed a non-stone but definitely looking like stone section floor.
Has it left a dent?
It has indeed left a small dent.
What does it look like the material is with this dent in place?
Unfortunately, it's very dark.
I've got a
But
lantern.
Oh, yes, you do. From what you're able to make out, it looks like it may be solid wood, but you can tell that it's had like a kind of paint job done over the top of it, which the barrel, upon impacting, has removed a very small chip of.
Okay. Hey guys, there's a full stone here.
I would like you all to roll me perception checks, please.
Did the barrel crack open in any way, shape, or form?
There you
go. To Bobby, you're not able to see if it cracked open, and I'm sorry, my throat's starting to get a bit dry. And so the coughing. Piper and Essig, you two were able to confirm that the barrel appears to be effectively unscathed. That's what rolling a 1 in terms of the amount of damage the barrel took results in. But regarding those perception checks, anybody who rolled 20 or higher, so Trig, you heard what effectively amounts to a very small noise coming from somewhere beneath you. Something that sounded very much like an eep. A sound of surprise.
An eep?
Could have been a cat. Could have been a rat. Could have been a slave.
Hang on a second, guys. I'm going to come down and I'm going to try and get myself down from where I am.
All right. You are 30 feet up.
Okay. In that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to essentially come back the way that I got here by jumping across from 5 to 11 and then down from 11 onto 10 and then back down onto the ground. But I'm going to do it in a series of jumps, sort of parkour styley, if you know what I mean.
Alrighty. Well, we described earlier as how acrobatics is the act of transporting oneself. That'll be an acrobatics check. And we're just going to condense all this into a single check. You are able to make the journey. You don't take any damage, although it's not as graceful as previous performances have been in the past.
That's fine.
It is functional. So, Bobby is now down on the ground over here. I'm going to move tokens around to show where people should be at this very moment. And this is roughly where everybody is. I would imagine that Kargar is somewhere on the map. Let me try dragging him on. There we go. Let's make it a bit smaller.
Yeah, probably around between 8 and 9.
Yeah, okay. Let's say you're over there then. By the way, at this point, I would say, despite the fact that we have been here for some time, About an hour has passed inside the warehouse. Through you doing various bits and pieces and waiting around and listening and so on and so forth.
Right. Okay, well, I think we need to explore this this tile fairly rapidly, promptly even. And did anybody else hear the eep noise that came out when all this palaver happened? Eep, anyone?
Bobby is the only one who heard it.
Well, I'm
I
pretty.
know, Bobby, but
Pretty
I reckon we
certain
want to
not
get
hearing
through
was-
this panel.
This what? Yeah, this panel. Exactly. My thoughts. Precisely, in fact.
Made of wood, right?
Yeah.
It does appear to be made of wood. Close inspection
So-
reveals a small chip in what appears to be some kind of paintwork.
So,
crowbar?
just crowbar could work. I was thinking, can plant growth grow a handle onto this thing?
Post the effect that you're talking about. If you can't, I shall briefly look it up.
No, here it is.
Thank you very much. Let's take a quick check of this. Channel vitality into plants.
That's a bit more of a broad understanding of what it can do, but it's essentially a lesser effect than it's expected to do.
I would say that this affects living plant life. Wood isn't living.
I thought that might be the case, but it's always worth asking, isn't it?
It is absolutely worth asking.
Right, Bobby, crowbar.
Okay. I will place the crowbar and then go. Gardgar, you fancy doing the honours? You know what? I'll give it a bash first. Here we go. I'll do a strength roll.
No, I'll gesture for you to have a go at it first.
There we go. I'll give you a strength roll.
Okay, well that's a strength save, and given the nature,
I'll do it.
we'll
an athletics in that case. Is that any better?
As a matter of fact, it's the exact same roll.
Yes.
You achieve a 10, and in doing so, you do make some interesting observations. First of all, the crowbar, you are able to get a small amount of purchase, but anytime you attempt to lift this thing off as if it were, like, for example, a manhole cover, all you would seem to achieve is just chipping off bits of the edges of the wood. You are making it much more obvious that this is not stone.
I'd like to try and lift it by trying to get my fingers around it and just lifting it.
I would like to, while they're doing this, inspect the way it moves with an investigation, and see whether or not there is an intended opening method that I can determine that we are not we're not working to. You know, maybe it's hinged rather than lifting, that sort of thing.
I would say roll me an investigation check there. Looking for like directions of play and movement, you're able to see that it appears as though there is a very small amount of horizontal play in any given axis. And that's it.
Again,
Trying to check if it lifts in one direction versus another. It appears to be equally unforgiving in all directions. And
while she's trying to investigate this, I'm still trying to just lift it.
I would say that's an athletics check.
Yeah, essentially, I'm using this to keep an eye out while Kargar's lifting to see whether or not I can determine based on his results.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my fingers around it. You said there's a bit of give on either side, so
like a millimeter's
me do
worth. Your fingernails give out before you're able to make any any headway at all, really. It's simply that this is basically flush with the ground. There is no point at which you're able to get any purchase beyond digging your nails in just underneath the layer of paint.
I am going to attack it with my axe.
All right, then.
I would like to look in the general area around it and see whether there is any kind of opening mechanism, lever, discreetly tucked away, chain that gets pulled in order to activate it or anything like that while he's hacking at it with an axe.
Well, I think I might roll the best damage I'm going to roll this session.
I'm going to lucky that. 12's not great, but it's better.
With your perception check, a quick look around, you're not able to find anything. Though there are some interesting results from that ear splitter attack. You dig the axe in, and it goes into this piece of wood by a good couple of inches, and upon wrenching it back free again, it has left a wedge-shaped hole in the wood.
Okay.
That you can't see through.
I'm going to stamp on it where the mark has been left.
As you do so, putting all your might behind this, jumping on it even, there doesn't appear to be any expansion or even any give for that matter. This is pretty deep.
Bobby, I reckon
you come to the conclusion that this piece of wood must be very thick.
Bobby, I reckon we've taken a certain route here. It's probably worth, while Kargar hacks this thing to pieces, we send a message back to our friend and advise him on what we found and let him know we're going deeper.
Sounds like a plan. Right, yes. Let us cast one of my sending spells.
All right.
And we're going to send that to oh god, what was All Sakichi Crotch? I think it
was something smelly there.
Yeah, I forget. And go staking out the warehouse. Found a secret compartment in the floor. Suspect we may have missing people. Or words to that effect, trimmed down to 20.
Well, that was definitely under 25 words, as is.
Winky face.
You do.
Smiley thumbs up emoji.
You receive a response. Takes a couple of seconds. And the response is that of Grum Shiftbeard responding with, there's a pause. Oh. Try not to leave any trace that you were there.
No worries. I can't send that back. But yeah.
Right.
So, Bobby, you let him know where we are in case we go missing and need someone to come bail us out, right?
Yeah, he knows all that. He said not to leave any traces.
You got that, Kargar? You can make a new one of these once this one's been smashed up, right?
Attacking the wooden thing.
We'll just what we'll do is we'll get one of the lids from like a crate or something.
I mean,
and
I do have mending, so
yeah, there we go. There we go.
You also have Song of Creation.
Yeah.
It's not permanent though.
Hmm.
Oh, you're so close. You're so close.
I mean, mending would do.
Well, can I keep
There
trying
isn't.
to break this open?
There is an intended solution to this, and you are a hair's breadth away from reaching that solution. And I can't say any more, because if I were to say any more, it would be the equivalent of giving you the answer sheet.
I mean, we could always turn the thing over upside down and put it back in place with damage on one side of it. Or we could just blow the whole place up.
I think we kind of want to save this person, though, right?
Well,
You heard noise down.
we rescue them, we get out, and then we, blow it up later.
Well, yeah. In fact, if we just pop it as we leave, or set it up so that we can do it remotely, yeah, we can put a few of these explosive barrels inside the rope trick space, and then that gives us an hour to get out of there before the place pops.
Oh,
I could summon like a plank for them to sit on. You hold it up at the rooftop, and then 3 hours later, that will just despawn.
No rope trick.
Right?
I mean, those are both very good ideas for how to create a long-term fused detonation. So good thinking there.
But the other advantage of what I have, but I believe I can dispel it earlier, so we can do it on demand if we need to.
I mean, this panel seems to me the kind of thing that you'd have like a plunger or something to suction to it and lift.
I mean, sure. Do you want me to create one?
Can you?
Either that or like some sort of tapping screw, self-tapping screw that we could put a doorknob onto.
Yeah, or a handle. Yeah.
Now, what do you think's a better thing to try?
I mean, we've already damaged it at this point. I don't think the suction cup idea is gonna hold very well. I reckon screw.
All right, I would like to summon up with Song of Creation a self-tapping screw with handle on the end.
All right. Give me like a vague idea as to the size of this thing.
All right. Well, the handle on the end is kind of like a door handle, so you can hold it in your hand.
Yep.
And the depth of the screw, let's say 8 to 9 inches.
Right. So you're basically creating an extremely large corkscrew then.
Yeah, but it's designed to dig its own path into wood.
I know exactly what you're talking about. So, through the Song of Creation, you fabricate up this device, and it is now present in your hands, at least for the next 3 hours.
I will screw it into one side of this wooden contraption.
Do it in the middle, because we need to lift from all sides equally, essentially.
I thought there was a bit of give on every side.
On every side, yeah. So we need to lift it straight up rather than from any one side.
Well, if there's a bit of give, you can leverage it up on one of its sides. It's easier to lift that way.
That's what we've been trying, and it's been stopped because it's too deep. Essentially, it's like a cork. We need to pull from the center up if we try and lever it
and lift it evenly. The weight of it will just snap the screw. Whereas what I'm suggesting doing at one end means that we're only lifting half the weight of it when we lift.
There's only about 1 millimeter of play in any horizontal direction. That's what I described earlier.
Okay, then center it. Then we'll go with the center approach, and hopefully it'll work. So I will screw it in. Do I need to do a roll for that? I'm not rushing it. I'm taking my time.
As a matter of fact, you don't need to roll, and for a very curious reason. As you begin to push this auger into the wood, rotating as it goes, you notice that it is soft. Far softer than what you would expect from something like a hardwood like oak or ash or something to that effect. And as a result, this...
Far softer than I'd expect from an axe hit, I guess.
Well, as I said, the axe hit, when you drove it into the wood, it made a wedge-shaped hole. And a pretty deep one, too. It's just that even though it was deep, you weren't able to see all the way through, giving you an idea that this was a pretty thick piece of wood. But the auger goes all the way down in, and roll me an athletics check to lift it up.
Can we all help with this to give advantage and a bardic inspiration?
Absolutely.
You're just going to play a bit of music while I do this.
In fact, given the engineering solutions you've provided so far, it wouldn't surprise me at all if you fabricate up some kind of pulley to assist in the whole process.
I got a 7 plus a bardic inspiration, so that's what, 1d8?
Is that 7 with advantage?
I did say with advantage.
Oh, that's a 15.
Assistance provides advantage.
1d8.
Go ahead and roll. You needed a 14. As a result, as you go to pull up this, what is soon to be revealed to be what effectively amounts to a square, slightly tapering plug of wood, about a little over a foot thick, so it's quite hefty in its weight, but seems to come up with virtually no resistance whatsoever. You look down and see that beneath the smooth sides of this revealed hole, there is a ladder that seems to just go off into the darkness.
Can I see the bottom with dark vision?
Indeed, you can. And whilst it seems to go off into the darkness for the halflings, for Essig and for Cardgar, you're able to see that it goes down by about 15 feet, maybe. It's a bit of a climb down, but not too much.
All right. Well, Essig, you're the tallest here, so do you want to go first? You have less climbing to do.
By the way, before this goes any further, I just want to point out, congratulations, you got the right answer. Creating an auger and pulling it out was precisely what I wanted you to do.
I'm going to suggest, by the way, that you guys go down and I stay up here in a rope. In fact, I'll stay up here in a rope trick and keep an eye on the area from above, because I can use the earrings to communicate with you telepathically and keep a lookout.
It's true. Good idea.
So, who goes down first?
Well, Kargar volunteered Essig to go first. I don't know if he does.
Yes. Why?
You're the tallest, so you have less to climb.
He's already dealt with a near-death situation. Someone else can deal with this.
Fine, I'll go down there.
He literally caught a bomb.
Good.
Yeah, so you're on a roll.
I'll climb down there.
All right. As you make your way down into the tunnel, I have to ask the party a quick question. This would be an opportune moment to bring it to the next session. But we can
Alright.
carry on if you are all willing to do so.
Either way works.
Yeah,
Nobody needs to go?
I'm good.
I don't. Yeah, let's carry on. Let's push on. Let's get something done.
Perfect. I was hoping you'd all say that.
We haven't killed anyone yet. Not even ourselves.
You make your
Yeah.
you make
Not
your
for
way.
lack of trying.
Yeah, not for lack of trying. You make your way down the ladder, dipping yourself into the murky darkness that is this entirely light obscured area. And as you do, I will say that without needing to roll a perception check, there is some uncanniness to this immediate location. You feel presence here. You can't see anything. Your hearing is being taken over by the fact that there's, well, you're climbing down a metal runged ladder, but it's like you're being watched.
Does dark vision help me with seeing who's seeing us?
Dark vision allows you to see towards the bottom of the hole and see that there appears to that this hole seems to go down with a ladder to a flat surface underneath that, from what you can tell, appears to be most likely bare stone, possibly concrete.
I guess I will go down there as well then and see if I can see anyone.
As Cardgar makes his way down the hole, you reach the bottom and presumably stand next to your diminutive companion. Take a look around and see about 30 bound individuals gagged and staring in your vague direction with a look of palpable fear on their faces. There's all manner of individuals here, the vast majority of which appear to be human.
But I can't see any of this.
And
I quietly put a hand up to Bobby's ear and say, I think we found the slaves. Try not to panic them. They look a bit afraid. They might make a mess.
one other detail to note about the room itself. This appears to have been almost hewn from the what you can only presume to be the bedrock of this area. There is a tunnel that leads outwards into a space that goes beyond the reach of your dark vision. And besides that, the only other noteworthy additions to this room appears to be a small pile of ropes, chains, and what you're going to presume are shackles.
Right, well, I guess I'm going to light my lamp so everyone can see what's going on.
As you do so, there is a cacophony of muted gasps and noises of gagged fear. Both Cardgar and Bobby at this point, you are both able to look upon the sea of tearful eyes staring in your direction. And there is fear immediately replaced with relief.
Oh, okay.
I asked Bobby to say something inspirational for these guys.
I'm going to tell them to be not afraid.
Well, I was about to do that until Ginger mentioned that they showed relief, at which point I realized I didn't have to.
See, when you say that, Trig, I'm so tempted to minor illusion 100,000 eyes all over you.
Do it.
There's a reason they had to say, be not afraid.
Was.
But like, all the things you could have said.
I say these things for reasons. Yeah, just basically, don't worry, we're here to save you.
In response to this, there's some shuffling around, but everybody remains seated. And it's at this point that you realize that it seems as though they all appear to be bound in ways that appear to keep them forced into a seated position.
Okay, right. Well, in that case,
we should probably work on that.
We should. Which are the most attractive ones? We'll save them first.
What? But let the ugly ones die.
Exactly. Yeah. Is it Christopher? Christopher, isn't it? Yeah. His tactics.
Well, you guys find tall folk unattractive, so what does that imply here?
Well, that is actually a good point. Let's just make a round number and say 40. Of the 40 individuals that you see in this room, quick glance appears to indicate that every last one of them is human. And a decent chunk of them appear to be of a more elderly nature. You would suspect maybe about 10, 15 of them. There's a few children, possibly halflings, but you suspect children. And the rest of them appear to be just largely disheveled and somewhat beaten up in some cases, somewhat, just generally speaking, a bit ugly in others. You get the impression that these are the people of the city that are not those who are well off. You get the impression that these are the beggars, the homeless, the people who have been chosen for squirreling away primarily because they would not go missed.
Well, showing no particular favoritism, Essig just immediately starts with the closest and works his way out as far as rescuing.
All right. I assume that both of you would go in the similar manner, freeing them one by one.
Sure, we'll keep them gagged though. Keep them gagged. Just free their movements. You don't want them making noise.
I feel like once we do that, they'll be able to ungag themselves.
Yeah.
You come up to the first of them, and you take a look at the hands and the feet, and you see that the feet are much easier to remove the bindings of. It's just a simple under over knot that has been pulled somewhat tight, and that itself appears to be embedded into a wrought iron ring that is in the ground itself. So without undoing the feet knots, they would not be able to escape from this very limited range of motion.
Yeah.
The hands, however, each individual, upon inspecting them and taking a look round the back, they appear to be in a set of what effectively are manacles, which each set is linked to each other. And from what you can tell, each one appears to have its own lock.
Oh.
You get the impression that these people are brought down here, added to this very long set of interlinked chained manacles, and either at some point or another, or once the chain of manacles is completely filled to occupation, they are then taken down along what is presumably a tunnel to somewhere. You can't imagine it being easy in any way, shape, or form to get them back out the plugged hole once they are in this state.
Well, I can't imagine that they would actually go through all the effort involved in having a separate key for each, so I'm going to suggest you conjure up a key.
Yeah. I can do that.
Right,
is there a keyhole for me to use key on?
Indeed there is. And through the use of Song of Creation, you are able to conjure a key that, upon taking a quick inspection of, appears to be extremely simple. It's quite literally just a standard old-fashioned door key that just has 2 teeth. And it goes in, you twist it 180 degrees, and the clasp immediately loosens, and the individuals suddenly have their hands free. The very first thing the first individual does is reach up to ungag themselves.
As we're letting them go, I suppose we tell them.
Careful not.
Don't make any loud noises.
Is it actually a bad thing if they make too much of a noise as they all run off? I mean, the worst comes to the worst. It brings out the people who are looking to reclaim them, and then we get ourselves someone that we can take down and bring back for questioning.
Well, I mean, we're still a bit of time away from these people turning up. I was thinking if we are freeing these people, we probably want to set an ambush.
Yeah, I say we what we do is we basically wait down there, and rig it to rig it up to put the situation at our advantage as they come down the stairs, or to you know, make their way in. They're coming in one by one. We can do horrible things to people in that situation.
We can all be ready to cast Shatter the second they enter, so the first person just explodes.
Yep.
When casting and then holding a spell, you can only keep it held for one action, for one turn of combat.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about like readying an action.
Yeah.
You ready an action. You wait around your next round. You say, "I ready an action," because it never got triggered anyway.
Yeah, but the way that works is round 1, I ready an action. That action is I cast Shatter. Shatter then gets used, and the spell slot is consumed.
Well, that's
Then,
Even if you don't cast it.
Even if you don't cast it. If you don't cast it, the spell simply fizzles, as if it were a concentration spell and your concentration was lost.
Well, if we're talking about an action spell, that makes no sense, because that's like saying I ready an action to fire an arrow at the entrance. No one walks up, I don't shoot.
Yeah, that works for arrows. It doesn't work for spells. It's specifically spells that it doesn't work for. It's one of the few areas where martial classes have the advantage over spellcasters.
Really?
It's a very curious quirk of how combat works in 5th edition D&D.
Huh.
But yes, I presume that what you all do from that point onwards is Cardgar, Essig, and Bobby all just one by one free these individuals using these keys, and then just sending them on their way to freedom.
But ask them to be quiet about it, I guess, because we
Send them.
I think we don't want the orcs to know that this is going on, do we?
I'd suggest sending them to our friends so that they can give an account and give him some evidence. Unless we've got somewhere else safe we can send them, because if we just go forth into the streets, you know, it's not going to help anything.
Okay, I am seeing that it does replace concentration if you try to ready a spell. Interesting.
Yeah, that's because you're concentrating on the spell.
Right. I mean, that much makes sense anyway.
Yeah. So, you're freeing these individuals one by one. Each one is being freed, and some of them are waiting around for another individual. People that, like, typical examples of like you free a child, they wait for an adult to also be freed, or something to that effect. Some of them specifically request that you free this person next so that they can escape together. But as you're freeing each and every one of them, you're just telling them to be quiet and then just letting them go. Are you telling them to do somewhere specific?
I think we should tell them to wait for a second so we can move them out more carefully.
Yeah.
I think we should also, send them somewhere we can take an account. They might have some evidence for us.
Well, I mean, I don't really think we should send them anywhere. I think we should be more escorting them, if anything.
Agreed.
Right, so. So you request that they wait around, do you?
Yeah, wait here. We will. It's not safe for you to go ahead. We will follow us. We'll walk you out.
Wait, but be ready to follow instructions.
Yeah.
Roll me a persuasion check.
I'll do that.
Someone bardic inspire him as well.
Yes.
Yep. Done.
Yeah, you can have my one.
Okay, and that's a D8, right?
D8. Roll it twice. Pick the roll you prefer.
Okay, so the higher of these.
6.
So
All right.
24, assuming no advantage.
Yeah, there is no advantage. But as you tell them to wait around, you see that the vast majority of the people who are at this point still gagged and bound, they do nod in your direction. But as you get to the 5th individual, as you release him and he removes his gag and tosses the very sodden rag to the floor, he looks at you and says, "Look, I appreciate you, but I gotta go. I gotta go." And he starts bolting towards the ladder.
So did I fail to persuade him? Is that what happened?
You get the impression that some of these people do not think rationally.
Persuading people does not require them being rational, though.
It doesn't, but some people are not able to be persuaded. Like a common turn of phrase is that a high persuasion check is not mind control.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah.
But calming someone down, I don't think is quite mind control.
Let me use my kind of mind control in that case. I draw my dagger. I put it against his throat, and I in using an intimidation roll, I say, "Wait here, or you'll wait here forever. Do as we say now."
I would like to give advantage because I was also going to intimidate.
Right.
Oh, for Christ's sake, Trig.
I know, right? All the fucking ones. Oh, I don't need to roll one. I re-roll ones.
You re-roll ones.
You do re-roll ones.
You re-roll ones.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
Is it another one?
It is.
Thankfully,
You've got
you
advantage
have
on it.
advantage.
Yeah, I do. Okay, cool.
Ah!
Yes, okay. I get a 23.
Yeah. What happens is, Bobby, you pull out your knife, you take a step up the ladder so that you can look at this man eye to eye. You hold it to his neck. You say this, and he just looks at you with a look of, what the fuck, why is a child telling me what to do? And then Cardgar places a hand on his shoulder and squeezes, and suddenly you look. You could see the fear of God suddenly appear in this man's mind as he just says, "Okay." And he just sits down cross-legged in the corner. He's...
Cardgar just nods at Bobby.
So we just good cop, bad cop them?
Yeah.
He's got a twitchiness to him, bear in mind.
Okay. It might
Maybe we should remind him.
We might have cured his
Roll
twitchiness.
me a medicine check. Roll me a medicine check.
Who?
All of us?
Anybody who wants to.
Alright, go on then.
I roll a 6. 9, sorry.
Yeah.
You and your sixes.
Well, the pair of you rolling your medicine checks, there's something off about this one. He even though you have forced him into submission, he's like he looks itchy. He scratches at his side. He's constantly fiddling with a non-existent beard. His eyes are darting from areas of the room, looking at different individuals. Occasionally, his eyes stare at the open abyss. I presume the open tunnel that you can see from, thanks to the lantern light that you've provided to all these people. You can see that he doesn't like that tunnel.
Okay. Well, I do believe I have something of an idea here. Let me double check the. Yeah. Okay. No, that's not very long of an effect. Shit, that's not that useful. Actually, I take it back.
You were going to use calm emotions, I presume.
No, I was going to use sleep.
It's not a bad idea.
It only lasts for a minute. Not really that useful.
Oh.
All
How
right.
long's the mind work last, Stephen?
I believe command states that it lasts until the commanded action is completed.
You just command him to stay there.
Yeah, but isn't just sitting down complete that action instantly?
Yeah.
Can you command someone to obey?
You can, at which point they will have obeyed.
Yeah, I guess.
Not very useful.
No.
Command is great for getting somebody to do something right fucking now. If you want somebody to do something over a long period of time, you have to go with more advanced stuff. Like Gias is a particularly strong one for that kind of thing. But over the course of this, you don't get any more problematic individuals. And the only noteworthy thing is that about 2/3 of the way through releasing these individuals and telling them to remain, and some of them giving you a hushed thank you as you do so, but otherwise staying quiet and clearly in a just happy that you're not the person that they were expecting to see kind of scenario, you encounter a half-elf. Nothing particularly noteworthy about him, other than the fact that he's the only half-elf in the room.
Wait, what?
Besides yourself, Essig, of course.
Oh gods, he's not the other orc in disguise, is he?
What kind of half-elf? Like, what kind of elf is the elf half?
Not drow. Anything more than that would require some kind of advanced knowledge.
What was the other half? What was the other orc that disappeared? The one. What was he disguised as? The shopkeeping.
You don't know? Presumably human. That's the only real. It's the only real. It's the only real thing you can think of. This individual, though, you get the impression that he may have been mistaken for a human. The elven nature of the spiked ear is quite subtle on this individual, and he otherwise has largely human appearances. In fact, it's only when Essig, who has a natural affinity for this kind of thing, points out the fact that they are a half-elf, that's the only time when the rest of you realize that he's right.
Wow, the black person was the racist all along. Is he wearing a toupee?
Do you attack his hair?
Ooh, pull his
hang on,
hair to see if it lifts off, yes.
He looks a bit confused as you try to reach for his head, but bends over to let you reach, and as you pull at his hair, he says, "Ow." But otherwise, it seems legit.
Give him a thumbs up. Good. Just had to check.
Right. Okay. And there's a look of visible confusion on his face.
As far as I know, I'm the only one of us they've ever met. I say to him.
He doesn't look particularly surprised at that comment. He just kind of nods. Right. You go through with each individual. At this point, you've freed every last one of them. The very twitchy-looking fellow in the corner at this point, pretty much as soon as the last latch on the shackles go, he calls out, "Can I go yet?" Making no efforts to try and conceal his voice.
I'm going to sprint over to him as fast as I can, knife back at his throat, and went, "Silence, you. When we say you go, then you go. Another noise like that, and I will kill you myself."
Roll me another intimidation check. Yep, you had advantage on this because of the fact that, kind of have the advantage over him. But if you had rolled low, he would have bolted there. But no, again, the look of the fear of God is renewed in his vision, and he doesn't say it. He doesn't make another noise. In fact, you suspect he may have held his breath in response to you suddenly jumping into his space.
Excellent.
Now, shall we investigate this tunnel, or maybe ask these guys if they know if they'll come from the tunnel or from above?
I will turn to my now terrified friend that I've been making and go, "Where did they come from? Above? Over there? Where?" And then I hold my finger over my lips to make sure he knows to be quiet whilst doing this.
As you ask him this, and it is made very clear to him that you do not want him to be loud, he just very quietly whispers, "They come from above."
What's down the tunnel?
In response to that question, assuming it's addressed at the room in general.
Yeah. I'm talking to Rick's friend.
Regardless of whether it's regardless of whether or not it is aimed at the room in general or the intimidated twitchy man, they give the same answer. We don't know what's down there.
Find out, shall we?
All right, so well, let's investigate down there. What I'm thinking is I can use mending on that block, so from above it will look like we didn't tamper with it, and we could have an ambush down here when they come through.
That's what I was thinking.
Is that, or we can go back up and ambush them from above? I don't know if you prefer to ambush from above or below.
You know what? Ambushing at the bottom of a set of stairs that they're coming down one at a time on is really fucking hardcore. That you can literally cut them to fucking ribbons.
Yes, but they might stop coming down one at a time once the first one cries out.
Don't let him cry out.
Good answer. All right. Shall we check the tunnel?
I think it's a good idea.
All right. At this point, the other people in the room are largely staying quiet. A woman goes up to you, Cardgar.
Yeah.
If you had to guess, 40s-ish. Though, obviously, this is a human, so who knows? Could be a teenager as far as you're concerned. But she addresses you and she says, when can we go?
As soon as we know it's safe.
Well, first we need to deal with the bad men, and then you guys can all go.
she looks concerned at this and then says, "Please don't lose."
What does she say? Sorry, you cut out for me.
Please don't lose. I will.
Yeah.
Do I hear this?
I would imagine so.
I will go
It's
to her.
pretty quiet in here.
I'll put my hand on her shoulder. Say, "Don't worry." Mention.
She flinches as you go to put your hand on her shoulder. Also, you can't reach her shoulder.
Oh, I can give him a boost.
Center her back, or maybe I'll just grab her ass. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, we've never lost before now, and we don't intend to start doing it.
Yeah, you should have seen some of the things
Creepy
we've
midget.
creepy, scary midgets. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, look, at least you're playing to your character, Trig.
Thank you. I try.
Yep.
Sure.
So, as you make your way over to the tunnel, I presume at this point, by the way, whoever's using the other earring is keeping Piper updated with what's happening.
That's me, and yes, I'll keep Piper appraised of the situation.
As you make your way over to the tunnel, you see that it seems to curve slightly so that you can only see about 60 feet down the way. And that's only after using a source of light to illuminate it. It doesn't take much of the tunnel's length to reveal that you can't see all the way down it, both for a lack of light and also for a lack of direct line of sight. You can't, even if it was lit all the way, you can tell that it's windy. It's not perfectly straight. Cardgar.
Yes.
Roll me a stone cunning check.
History, isn't it? All right, natural 20 plus 3.
That's pretty good. From this, you are able to tell some very useful pieces of information. Information point 1. This is artificially carved. It goes through the rock, and it looks as though it may have been carved with pickaxes. Information point 2. Comparing the state of the tunnel along the ground to the state of the tunnel along the walls and especially on the ceiling, it is very clear that this tunnel is old. There is basically no indications of any kind of stone cutting marks along the floor, which means over however long that this tunnel has been here, the natural wearing of people's feet along the ground has rendered the rock smooth. And given that this appears to be it's not a particularly hard rock, but it's not like a soft limestone or anything either, you're going to guess that this may have been here for well over a century.
Okay. I will relay my discoveries to everyone else. Is there anything else I learned from it?
There isn't a whole lot else to learn. You learn the age, the approximate age to within a couple of... you learn that it's well over a century old. You suspect that it's no more than 2 or 3 centuries old. You learn that it's a very well used tunnel. And besides that, you're not really able to gather much more information because it's a tunnel. It's just a long hole in a rock.
Down?
It does both, but on average it seems to go slightly down.
Is there a breeze coming from it? Maybe smells slightly salty.
There isn't a breeze, no.
Okay.
There is... roll me a perception check.
All right. 16.
There's no indication of salt from this. The air seems to be quite dry, in fact. But there is the very slightest bare hint of airflow. You can only notice it because you're actively paying attention to it. You're looking for it.
I can feel it in the hairs of my beard or something.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
for example, the flame in your lantern hasn't been flickering any more or less than when you were in the warehouse.
Right. Well, again, I'll relay this information, to everyone. Say we might want to have someone near the tunnel entrance in case that's where they're going to come from. But I'm guessing they're going to be coming from the ladder. So, shall I mending up the wooden slab and put it back in place?
Sure.
What do you guys reckon?
Right. Okay. Here's my plan. Though I'll run over to Cardgo. Walk over to Cardgo and go quietly. Just go. If we can get these guys to safety and seal the end of this tunnel afterwards, and then make our way back out and up to the warehouse and seal over the panel, we can wait for these guys, the bad guys, the orcs, to come in, climb down there, at which point we seal them in. We put something heavy over the top of the thing, over the top of the panel, and then we call the cops. Fait accompli.
What if they try to access via the tunnel? I
Like
can't be certain.
Like I said, we lock the tunnel up.
My guess is the tunnel might lead down to the docks or some hidden dock.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Which is why we're going to go and get some of that explosive and bring it down here. And we're going to see.
Best idea.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Kalkar thinks about it for a moment and says, "All right, if we're going to do it, let's make sure we do it quite far down the tunnel, not near the building."
No. Right at the end of the tunnel where it's about to come out, and we'll make a really obvious looking trap. A couple of barrels hanging up, swinging openly, and some tripwires. Seal the whole area up. So if they have to break through, they have to break it down, knock it down, hit the tripwire, bang, kabloom, blows them all up. But they can see it, they can't do anything about it, and so they have to wait there. It's basically wait or die. Know you're going to die, or wait and get nicked. Their choice.
What if it's not a dead end?
Well, we'll know that by the time we've gone down there and had a look.
Ginger, how much time do we reckon we've been here now?
You reckon you've been here about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours?
Okay.
And
sooner we get done, the better.
At this point, you suspect that you are either at or closely approaching midnight. There's still plenty of dark hours left, but you have been here for a little while.
I'm gonna suggest then that Bobby and Essig keep an eye on everyone to stop them from panicking or doing anything crazy, and then Cargo will go and investigate the end of the tunnel. Suggest we keep 2 people there because if it's just one, people could probably slip away. Cause a fuss.
Sounds like a plan.
So.
Okay.
I'll also leave the lantern with Bobby because I can dark vision down the tunnel and probably don't want to be walking down the tunnel with a lantern if there's someone already there.
No.
That would help with stealth.
So, yeah, investigate the tunnel. What do I find?
So, I presume you are just going to walk down the tunnel until you find something that isn't just more tunnel.
Basically, yeah.
Well, I suppose the best way to describe this would be that how long does Cardgar walk before coming to the conclusion that there isn't an end to it? And how long is Cardgar gone for before Essig and Bobby get suspicious at the fact that he's been gone too long?
Cargo will walk for about 10 to 15
I
minutes.
immediately forget he left.
Essig once again demonstrating that he's the psychopath of the group.
Or just has really bad memory. Yeah, I'll say Cargo will not walk further than 10 minutes.
Okay, so you go down by 10 minutes, turn around and come back. After 10 minutes of walking, you come to the conclusion that, that it just seems to keep going.
All right, well,
it's more than a mile's worth of tunnel, if you had to guess.
Right, yeah. I'll come back then, and I guess the guy, that's 20 minutes round trip, so, I mean, what do you guys do?
Good question. Cardgar's gone for 20 minutes.
I will call up to Piper and go, Piper, you still got that barrel of explosives? Think we could get that down here? If you're there, Kiki, you're muted.
Yeah, there's loads of them up here. How many do you need?
I reckon 2.
Right, I'll hop out of the rope trick and I will gently lower down 2 barrels.
Right. How exactly do you do so? It's a
well, I've got a big old length of rope. I can tie them and lower them down slowly, using the edge of the tile as a leverage point to make sure that it doesn't slip on me.
Yeah, good call. Roll me a survival check for the knot that you're going to tie.
Right, no problem. Let's do. I've lost my character sheet. Can someone make a roll for me? I'll double check where my.
Give me
Oh,
just
there it is. Oh no, I've got it. Here we go. Survival. There's an 18. Can I have advantage on that?
Sure, why not?
Awesome.
With an advantage 18, you are indeed able to tie a nice, robust knot that is perfectly capable of surviving the 15-foot trip down the hole, with 2 barrels in a row, in fact, an 18 for each. And in doing so, it's not long before there's a pair of barrels of blasting jelly present in between you and the 40-odd people in this, actually, come to think of it, somewhat spacious room.
I'm going to recast my rope trick and go back into my observation position.
Righto. So, there are 2 barrels of blasting jelly now present.
Great.
That would have only taken you 10 minutes at most, by the way.
God, I'm surprised it took that long. Yeah, cool. Right, I will. Basically, run down and try and get Cardgar. And go, right, we've got some explosives. I suggest we get these good people out of here and rig the trap.
Codgar is already on his way back to you by the time you spot him and exchange said information. I presume you have your own lantern?
It's over a mile long.
Tunnel's over a mile long. Okay. Then we better start sort of right, okay. Have I got any idea of the direction we've travelled down the tunnel versus the city area that we're in? What is roughly above us? Do we know? Do we have any clue?
I would say roll me either a history or a survival check. You're either recalling the series of directions or you're trying to make an intuition of sorts.
Okay, that's my history. My survival check would have been just as good.
Not much advantage, but I don't think it'll help.
No.
I mean, do I reckon I could do a better job of this? Maybe also summoning up a map of the city to help for point of reference.
Well, if memory serves, you already summoned up a map and then proceeded to make a copy of said map that could be used for permanent reference, did you not?
I did, you're right. Forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. So, may I roll a history with advantage?
Yes, you can.
12.
With the help of the map, that greatly simplifies this, and you are in fact able to intuit that this tunnel it goes generally eastward. If you had to guess, east and slightly to the north, but definitely eastward.
All right. Any ideas what might be above us when we're from where we are? Like, is it like a bank or a town hall or museum or what?
Well, directly above the entrance of the tunnel is obviously the warehouse district.
Mm-hmm.
The tunnel itself would continue along, passing through the market district as a whole, potentially clipping the top edge of the residential district, but assuming it just kept going in that general easternly direction, you suspect that it would probably just largely leave the city. You suspect that if there is anything that the tunnel goes under, it's like streets, possibly shops, things of that nature.
Well,
a rough estimate would suggest that it. Right? No, a rough estimate would suggest that the tunnel seems to go about 15 to 20 feet below street level, Dean, for at least all of the distance that you were able to traverse.
I guess what we're trying to work out is where we picked to set the explosives. Is someone living directly above it?
That's exactly the question.
The best way to do that would be to have the explosives detonate quite nearby the entrance that you're at. That way, if anything was to collapse, it would only damage another warehouse.
Okay.
Warehouses don't tend to be occupied at night, at least not by people.
Well, true. They're your explosives. You'll call where you want to set them.
Okay, we set them up down the tunnel, hanging from the ceiling. We've got some rope, and we'll set a tripwire so if someone trips them up, they drop to the floor and go kaboom.
Right. This tunnel, it's only about 5 foot high.
Right. Okay.
Well, what if we put them on some sort of like pendulum system so they crash into each other? Would that be enough force?
Possibly, but given that a barrel didn't detonate after it fell 15 feet, even if it did hit an evidently somewhat soft wooden plug, you suspect a gravity detonation isn't going to be sufficient here.
Right, my role earlier on this blasting stuff is flammable? Question mark. We could probably
fire would definitely do it. Lightning would definitely do it. Thunder could, but it would have to be probably quite a lot.
I mean, we could set up some Rube Goldberg machine that end was a flint and steel.
You could. I like it.
Or even, we've got a lamp actually. Have the lamp fall on it.
Yeah, or torch.
Yeah. You want it to be obvious as well, you said.
Yeah, I want it to be obvious. I want them to go, hang on a second, that looks like a nightmare going that way. We're all going to die.
So let's go the other way.
So, we're stuck in, and yeah, we call the cops, and...
The problem with what you're describing is that, okay, let's operate under the assumption that these are half-orcs, or possibly full-orcs. Both of those have dark vision.
Yes.
So they would be able to see whatever it is that you set up.
That's the plan, yes.
And there's a decent chance that they'd also be able to spot and quite possibly just step over a tripwire.
Right, yeah. We're not going to make it... the idea... Okay, I wasn't clear. The idea is we set up an obvious trap. Oh dear, if we go that way, we are going to die. There is no choice. That will explode. That will kill us. We have to wait here and get arrested now. Or get blown up.
See, I'm not seeing
the way they can.
I'm failing to picture in my mind a trap that would achieve that, because you could do it with a tripwire, but a tripwire could just be stepped over or stepped under or anything to that effect.
Yeah, but we okay, I'm not trying to kill them. I'm trying to give them the choice to live through this scenario, but only the choice.
Yes.
So
you are admitting that there is always the possibility that if somebody was to come from the direction of where the slaves are being kept and travel down this tunnel, they could either see the trap and just say, "Fuck it, I want to live. I'm not risking it." Or they could say, "Fuck it, I don't want to get arrested. I'm stepping over that tripwire."
Yeah. But it's not the only tripwire. And some tripwires are hidden. Some are obvious.
You're going to lay a lot of tripwires.
Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Maybe just 3 or 4, and some will be very, very hidden. Some won't even be attached to the thing. The really obvious ones,
all right.
There'll be 2 really obvious ones. One won't be attached to it, one will. And one will be a pressure plate near to them.
I'm going to say roll me a sleight of hand for this setup.
Pleasure.
I'm assuming I'm helping, so get advantage, I guess.
I'll take that advantage.
Yep, that's advantage. With a 23, you're able to set up the following contraption. protected by a labyrinthine series of sometimes more visible than not, sometimes largely very well hidden series of tripwires. That means that realistically you could only access the, shall we say, active ingredients by going through these tripwires. You set up a scenario where the 2 barrels of blasting jelly are prominently displayed, stacked one on top of the other, directly in the middle of the tunnel. And behind it, there is a lantern that is quite obviously set up in such a way that if one of these tripwires were to be triggered, the lantern would swing down and with some noteworthy force impact the barrels, breaking the lantern and covering the immediate vicinity in fire.
Perfect.
Okay.
Maybe even set up a sign next to it going, "Go no further. Imminent death. Destruction, dismemberment, you will die."
Might I recommend a sign saying those barrels are filled with blasting jelly?
Oh yeah.
Just have a sign saying, "I prepared blasting jelly this morning." Was that
All right,
too
then.
esoteric?
No, that works. Although it may not make sense to the presumed orcs, who aren't known for their magical proficiency. In either case, that is the setup that you go with. Roughly how many feet down the tunnel do you set this up at?
We want to give them we want to give them space to be able to back away and be in. Let's see, say 50 meters.
Right, so about 160, 170 feet down the tunnel then.
Sure.
Right, so good to know that you suspect that does put it within the market district at worst.
Yeah.
All right. The trap is set. It has not accidentally gone off by the time you manage to make your way towards the area where all of the soon-to-be slaves, now freed, are waiting.
Right, kids. Time for you guys to leave. Head on up the stairs, and one of our compatriots is going to help you out and get you out of here.
Rick, do you think it's worth using one of your special papers to take a photograph of them? Someone was saying they wanted us to be able to identify them later.
I
don't know. Would that be a waste of it?
Yes. I think I've got. How many have I got left? I've got like 1 left or something.
I think you have 2 left.
Let's have a quick look. I have.
I mean, I can't remember who it was saying we needed to have a picture of have them accountable or something.
How many did I get in the first place? 5. Oh, actually, it does here 3 sheets of psychic paper. I thought I'd only got 1 or 2 left. We've basically used it. Yeah, no, we've got.
You got 5 sheets of psychic paper. You used one to forge a. Your thing for the heist.
Yep.
You used, I believe, 2.
That's right.
Or just 1 on the shrine.
I thought it was 2.
Yeah,
So
I am leaning towards 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, you should have 2 left.
I'll tell you what. Have we got any other bits of paper?
I've got paper.
You got paper? Okay. Well, just make them fill out a questionnaire and want their name, their date of birth, their address, their star sign, their shoe size, and their favourite pop band. Or just their name will do.
Yeah. Yeah, go on then. We could do a survey. I'll hand it out to Esseg as well. He can help.
Just have them fill out a survey. Give them a quick review. How they thought about their rescue. Rate it out of 10.
Yeah. How likely are they to come to an Earth, Wind and Shire concert?
Yeah. How likely are they to use a rescue services in the future? Don't give one to
6.5 out of 10. Too much waiting.
Yeah.
Probably 6.9.
You really think these guys have that fine of a grasp of numbers?
Some of them might.
As they're writing their reviews, I'll charm them to say 6.9.
Alrighty. So, when you initially said to the group, "It's time to go," Mr. Twitchy pretty much bolted right up to his feet and then looked in your direction, seemingly mid-step of like breaking out into a full sprint. He's double checking that he has your permission to leave.
Calmly. Walk, don't run. You want to look like you're going about your business calmly. People scattering in all sorts of directions it attracts attention. Just go, walk up, and leave by the exit.
He looks at you as you say this. He nods slowly. His eyes dart to the rags that he's wearing. He nods again. And then, in a way that can only be described as with unbelievable urgency, but desperately trying to obey your command, climbs the ladder quickly. Every inch of this man's being is screaming, "Run for your life!" Except for the midget behind him, who he is convinced might possibly be a demon.
A minor illusion to whisper in Trig's character's voice to the guy, "Or we'll kill you."
I don't even know what to ask to roll for that, but just go ahead and give me a d20 plus your charisma modifier.
That was just a minor illusion to remind him. I'm not even trying to convince him of anything. There's literally no intent behind this.
Okay. All I'll say is that doesn't help.
Good.
He climbs up the ladder, and then anybody who is paying particular audio attention will hear a series of what sound like bare feet power walking away on Burstone.
Nice.
Good.
That's actually a good point, by the way. All of these individuals, they're all wearing like the bare minimum in terms of clothing. They are in what effectively amounts to potato sacks. They have nothing on their feet. There's really... It doesn't matter what they do when they get out. If they are seen, there will be questions asked. Those questions might be, what the fuck is that homeless guy doing, girls? I should call the cops. But there will be questions.
I'm going to...
Sounds like a great city already.
We want the sending we need the sending to wait. No, we don't. Once they're clear, I'm going to use sending to speak to our friend and say prisoners released, traps set, should have orcs in custody or little pieces soon. have someone ready to come arrest at docks in warehouse.
Okay. Again, there's a pause, but this time a much less tired sounding dwarf responds with, I don't know where to send them exactly. Warehouse? Which warehouse?
Oh, did you not know the warehouse? Okay, and I can't do sending again. That's my only sending.
No, he would have known. He was there when the 6B was when the little wizard elf did the thing.
Yeah.
Allow me to roll to see if his memory is sufficient. Ah, a natural 18. He still says that, but, you know. Who knows? This guy could be retarded.
Well, hopefully he'll send someone to the warehouses in general.
That being said, your trap is set. The slaves have been released. There is 2 barrels of blasting jelly and a precariously, potentially swinging lantern down about 170 feet down a corridor with highly explosive results should it go off at some point in the next several hours. Eventually, the lantern will run out of fuel, bear in mind. I presume you all climb up into the rope trick and wait.
Pretty much.
All right, then. And wait you do. About an hour passes, and then the rope trick needs to be refreshed. But during this hour, you don't see or hear any individuals. Do you continue waiting? Actually, no, there is one thing that happens.
Oh.
About 40 minutes in, you hear one of the doors to one of the warehouses open.
Ooh.
And an individual walks in, followed by several other individuals. Completely lack of stealth. From your vantage point of the very well concealed rope trick, you see a familiar Grum Shiftbeard walk into the room, flanked by a selection of plate mail armored dwarves.
We ought to go and intercept these guys.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah. Definitely a good idea.
Well, do they go straight for where the doorway is, or do they mill about?
They get to roughly the middle of the room, and you're able to overhear one of the dwarven guards address the dwarven counselor, and one of them asks, "Does your informant give any additional information, sir?" To which Shiftbeard says, "No, he just said that there'd be people deserving of arrest somewhere here. Look around." and you can see that the 4 different dwarven plate mail equipped, like very long warhammer wielding individuals begin. They kind of, 2 of them go one way and 2 of them go the other, and they start just looking in all of the different alcoves and such.
Okay, well, we're going to drop out. I'm going to drop out of the rope trick and intercept these guys.
All right. As soon as you make yourself known, one of the guards points in your direction with the warhammer and shouts, "Halt! You're under arrest!"
You're bloody early! Quiet! They've not arrived yet.
The hammer is continuing to point in your direction, but the man is looking confused, and you suddenly hear the rapid sound of shoe on stone as what is evidently one of the dwarves comes running in your direction. A moment later, you see as Grum looks over at you and with a look of mild annoyance, but mostly relief, says, "No, that's not him. That's one of the informants I was mentioning." At which point you immediately see the pointed warhammer no longer being used in a threatening manner against you.
Unpointed.
You're too early. They've not arrived yet.
The dwarf guard doesn't say anything, but Grum steps forward towards you and says, "What do you mean? I was under the impression that they'd already been caught. You said that there'd be people waiting for arrest."
It's sending it to. I couldn't send you a detailed enough report. Apparently, I pointed at the trapdoor that's covered up. I went there. That's a trapdoor. Down there, that's where the prisoners were being kept. We've set a bomb at one end that's obvious. Anyone that goes down there cannot get out other than come back this way. They will be able to see it. They will have no choice but to come back up through here. If you guys want to hide and wait, they will come in, they will imprison themselves in a nice little space for you to then collect. Or they will scatter themselves in a very, very fine
There is a cacophonous explosion, and the wooden plug is thrown into the ceiling. The ground around you immediately rumbles thoroughly as everybody else in the room covers their ears and seemingly takes cover. A crate of what you can only presume to be some kind of long-lasting alcohols or perhaps lantern oils or some other liquid falls over, and a series of smashing bottles are heard on the other side of the warehouse. Grum looks at you. He doesn't say any words, but he looks like he is waiting with bated breath for what you're about to say.
It seems they took the easy route out. Shall we go down there and see what's left of them?
I'll pop my head out the rope trick and say, "Grum, you've got your speak with dead fellow about you. We might need him."
Speak with dead? Speak with mist?
Still counts, right? There might be a skeleton left behind, who knows?
So, what happens next? Your party, along with the Dwarven Guards, who at this point have been informed by the Dwarven Councillor that there is no reason to suspect you all, that Dwarven Councillor is vouching for your position in all of this. They all make their way down into the lower depths of this tunnel. A tunnel which is now strewn with a visible cloud of dust. Making your way down the tunnel, you see that there is a a blockage, which is very suspicious because that blockage that you can see should be in pitch blackness, but instead is being illuminated by moonlight.
I think you might use a bit too much of that blasting jelly, Bobby. How much did you use?
A couple of bits.
Or bits? Do you mean couple barrels?
Yeah.
Oh, that's way too much.
One of the dwarves, one of the guards, says under his breath, "A couple of barrels." The others appear to have looks on their faces which are mostly veiled in confusion.
Oh god, just grumble softly. I ain't mending this.
Grum, at this point, looks to Bobby and Codgar and Essig and Piper, assuming you're all present, and says,
I never revealed myself, but at this point, seeing things are resolved, I will.
Righto. He just looks at you all and says, I greatly appreciate the work that you've done here.
He didn't.
And for that reason, I'm going to use that favor I promised you. He turns around to the guards, all four of whom are present, and says, it's a terrible shame that this terrible case of warrant vandalism were to take place. We hope one day to catch the occupants. Be on the lookout for orcish individuals. Pray that we eventually find the culprits and extract what wealth we can to pay for the damages.
Do we find any bits of orc down there?
There's a smell. You all roll me an insight check, please.
Insight check?
Yeah. That's sufficient, Cardgar. This is what insight checks are for, by the way. Parsing out the hidden meaning in a given piece of dialogue.
Why no?
He is informing everybody in the room
not to arrest us. We're blowing up a chunk of the city.
This wasn't this. We're blaming this on the orcs.
Yeah.
not to arrest you, but to completely forget that your party exists, such that you are not even inculcated in an investigation.
I like this guy.
He has effectively used his favor towards you to instantly institute a cover-up.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
How did we earn this favor again?
Oh, by murdering the other orc.
Right, so we
You were promised a favor for solving the issue of missing persons on his behalf, because he was being stonewalled anytime he tried to use his official abilities to investigate it personally.
So we solved the case, and he is determined that we no longer owe him anything because we're not being punished. I just want to make sure I understood this in the first place.
Fair, isn't it? I must say, Bobby, maybe it's time we go to a new city.
I mean, yeah.
Like he's never worked with player characters before.
He hasn't.
He literally has.
And he never will again.
Payroll. He's literally got one on his payroll.
Wait a second, I wonder why he doesn't want to do that again.
Yeah.
He's worked with ex-player characters.
Those are different. They're like toned down and have no real effect on the world.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're boring and shit.
I guess we're allowed to go.
He looks towards your party and says, right then, he points to one of the guards. Escort these civilians out of this investigation area, please. And the guard looks at you all and looks towards the hole in the tunnel and says, "Which way, sir?" At which point, Grum, his head hits his hand with a force that reverberates down the tunnel as he says, "Out the way we came, please."
We did it, Patrick.
I think that's an appropriate place to leave off the story if you guys don't have any objections.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. I think Cardgar's going to suggest we get back onto our mission to go to that mine and find those mythical musical instruments next session.
That's not a bad idea.
I mean, ever since we heard that rumor that Cardgar definitely didn't completely misunderstand, that's kind of been our in the background mission.
I like to think we've left a dent in Vopak.
I think
no shit.
I think they're going to remember our impact here.
And that was the time we blew up part of a city.
Oh, you could say we definitely left our mark on the streets of Vopak.
Yep.
So how many dead orcs were there?
You don't know.
Some.
Enough for a level up?
Oh, most certainly.
Well, sorry, enough for what?
A level up.
Yes.
I don't track XP. What I do track is accomplishments.
Yeah,
and this is quite an accomplishment.
Well, yes, we just exploded an entire gang of 50 orcs, which is what we're going to say in the song.
Oh, absolutely.
100 at least.
No, it has to be legendary, but just on the edge of believable. So 50. No one would make up 50 if people were making it up.
More than 100.
If people were making it up, they'd say 100. We killed 50.
So, with all that said, the end of the session concludes with your party having travelled back up through the warehouse, escorted by the guards, taken out from the warehouse area where you are technically trespassing, and as the guard opens the gate and ushers you through it with a gesture, he says, "Councillor Shiftbeard has stated that this is the only time I've ever seen you, and that I have a faulty memory."
I say it'll be nice to meet you next time we run into each other. Yes. And I bow and walk away.
And at that point, he, if assuming everybody hasn't walked through the gate, he quite violently gestures you through, like a stern finger of "fuck off."
With a finger of "fuck off."
So, guys, pub, drinks.
Drinks.
This will still make a good song. It's okay.
Yeah, definitely.
70 orc. It's my final offer.
Listen, 50. Other people can exaggerate it as the tale spreads. It's important that we start off honest.
I would like one of you to roll me a d4, please.
Sure, why not? Have a 3.
We got 3 level ups, hell yeah.
As you make your way through the streets of Varpak towards the nearest midnight open pub, you come to a realization. There's a lot of people heading in a very specific direction.
Any chance are they drawn in by a loud noise?
You suspect that might be the case.
Weird.
For reference, if you had gotten the 4, you would have had to have made a detour because you would have encountered a rather large hole in the ground.
Well, that was always a chance.
Anyway,
it's going to be a tour.
So, what happened to the sewer system?
With all of that said, I think it's time to end the session.
Fair enough. Did you say yes? That was a level up.
Yes. As I say, I run my games based on your party leveling up based on the accomplishments that they make during a given session. And given the fact that you have opened up a new sinkhole in the middle of Varpak, that is most definitely an accomplishment.
New hole opens up in Varpak. Local city watchers looking into it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yep.
we did it.
Awesome.
So, to those of you listening, be it in the present or in the future, please be a better party than these guys. But also, good night.
Hey.
Indeed. Yeah, we did. We're a good party, honest. You know.
Yeah, my alignment is definitely good.
We're definitely not actively a problem.
Yeah.
Right.
I lied.
I will. That's the thing.
Good session, guys.
Indeed, that was fun.
Hello, Akbar.
Was a bit.
So is this the last session of the year?
There should be one more.
Yeah, I thought that was one more.
Okay.
Because
yes,
prior to
I
last
don't
session,
go-
there was 3 more.
I don't go away until the 22nd.